I'm just waiting for the room to populate here and um, we'll go ahead and get started. I don't see our court reporter yet oh, yes, I do. Can we please promote the court reporter up to panelist? Excellent. Good morning. And just let me know if you're ready for us to go on the record and get started.
Good morning. Yes, I'm ready to go.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I'll go ahead and get started with introductions and then we will proceed as needed. Good morning. It's April 17th. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar. If you are planning on actively participating today, please do log into the webinar using the individual link sent to you by Zoom. If you're having any difficulties today logging in or otherwise communicating with us, please send the hearing team an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. This hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. If you are not planning on actively participating today, if you would please use the YouTube channel for viewing the hearing, that would be convenient for us on the Zoom platform. The audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will take breaks today, as is our usual practice, and have a hard stop at 5 p.m. We are being assisted today by Nicole Mullen, as usual. So if you are a witness today and you need to advance your slide presentation, please just ask Ms. Mullen to advance the slide. And attorneys, you are welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to ask her to bring up a particular exhibit for cross-examination. I think that gets me through our normal introductions for the morning. I will be taking appearances as we have done as folks come up to speak. We will go ahead and take appearances. Where we left off on Monday was we concluded the testimony from panel 5. My understanding this morning is that we will pick up with panel 2 and go ahead and hear their summaries of direct testimony and then proceed to cross-examination. I think I will go ahead and ask for the parties to give me an indication of the general order of cross-examination, which I realize might be different than we did for panel 5. And then I did also, before we get to that, I would like to go ahead and put some additional days on our calendar, which I'm pulling up my notes for that. Here we are. I think DWR had indicated that some additional hearing days in May, and I received comments from some of you on that, and I appreciate that. So I am going to go ahead and put May 19th will continue to be the day for policy statements. There were a number of other conflicts, so we won't conduct, even if we did have time, we won't conduct any evidentiary testimony on that day. It will be entirely policy statements. And once we conclude those policy statements, we will end our day on May 19th. But I would like to add to our calendar May 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, and 28th. And Ms. Meserve and Mr. Keeling, I do note that you had indicated partial conflicts on May 21st and 23rd. And so my commitment to you on that will be we'll use those days as a last resort. I know they kind of come first, but we'll see where we are. If we don't need those days, we will cancel those first. And then also, if we do need the days, I will work with you on your availability to make sure that you are have access to cross-examine the witnesses as needed, and we can work out that timing. So that's my commitment on that. We will issue a written confirmation of those additional hearing days, so you have that in writing and we'll post it to our webpage. But I did want to put that on the record this morning. With that, are there other procedural issues? And I will at the same time look to see if representatives have any indication of an order for cross-examination. If you would please raise your hands and we will promote you up. Can we please bring Ms. Meserve up to panelist so she can introduce herself on camera? Good morning, and you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
That's a lot of clicks. Good morning, Kenzie. Yes, thank you very much for the information regarding the additional hearing days, and we'll work with your team on those partial days as needed a little later. You asked about the cross-exam order for
Yes.
panel 2. So I do have a draft list for you. The first cross-examining group on today's panel will be the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. That will be from the Yale Law Group, Stephanie P. And then next will be South and Central Delta Water Agency, Mr. Herrick and Mr. Ruiz. Then North Delta Water Agency, Mr. Cho. Then I don't know if we'll get to them, but Sacramento and Stockton et al. Is Tabor. And then likely Mr. Schutz. And then from CISPA, and then Mr. Busher, Baykeeper. Then me, OSHA, Meserve from San Joaquin et al. Then Roger Moore from Seawin, and then Deirdre Desjardins. So at the very end, I don't know if there will be the need to do some adjustment based on people's availability, but that's kind of the draft list we had come up with for you.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you so much to all of you for working together and having that ready to go. I really appreciate it. And that helps us. And understood, there may be some adjustments based on how our day goes, how our days go.
Thank you very much. And if, as we move into the panel, if you wouldn't mind leaving me with the audio privileges, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you and good morning. Are there others who have procedural matters? And what I'll do when we get to cross-examination, the representative for DTEC, I'll ask you how long you anticipate you have for your cross, just so we have some idea of how the day may go. And while you're thinking, let's go ahead, please, to my team, if we can bring up, oh, there we go. We have Ms. Proofer, is it? You're welcome to come on camera and unmute and introduce yourself.
Hi, Officer Kinsey. My name is Stephanie Proofer. I'll be appearing on behalf of the DTEC parties, and I estimate about an hour.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And to my team, if we can please bring up Ms. Carroll and then the other witnesses for DWR today. If you would please raise your hand, that helps us identify you. And Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to come on camera and introduce yourself this morning.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. At the moment, I only have audio.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Singh, you're welcome to come on camera if you have it and introduce yourself.
I don't have my camera yet, John.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, it doesn't appear we've been elevated to panelist.
Oh, is that what's happening? I'm sorry. I'm not tracking. We're working on it. Thank you. There we go. Now, Ms. Carroll, you may come on camera, I think. There we go.
Yes, thank you very much. We are working through getting our new panel up to speed on the process, so we'll wait for them.
Understood. No, and thank you for your patience with us as well. Mr. Singh, I believe you now have privileges. So please, you're welcome to come on camera and introduce yourself. And you need to come off mute, it looks like, on the on Zoom. There we go.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Radeep Singh, Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mor-
And if we can please promote Mr. Fitzhugh. And Mr. Fitzhugh, you're welcome to come on camera and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name's Tom Fitzhugh. I'm with Stantec.
Thank you. Good morning. And if we can please bring up Ms. Priest. And Ms. Priest, we haven't promoted you yet. There we go. And you're welcome to come on camera and off mute and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Ellen Priest with the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. And let's please bring up Mr. Hatch. And Mr. Hatch, you're welcome to introduce yourself. Good morning. And we don't have audio from you. It may be the headset. You're not on mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Good morning. Tyler Hatch with Intera Incorporated.
Thank you. Good morning. And I believe we also have Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, you're welcome to come on camera and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. And I think as our usual practice, if we can bring up Mr. Krieger to introduce himself, and then we will grant you audio privileges for the day. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and look to the room. Is there anyone else who would like audio privileges at this time? We can bring you up and say good morning. Ms. Tabor, if we can please promote Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Hearing Officer Kenzie?
I can hear you. I think we're trying to bring you up to, let's go ahead and bring Ms. Tabor up to panelist. We can see you. And then you're welcome.
Good morning. I just wanted to have audio privileges if needed. So
great. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. And Mr. Cho, we can please bring up Mr. Cho. And in the meantime, Ms. Desjardins, I saw that we brought you up to panelists. You're welcome to introduce yourself this morning.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I'm a modeler and worked at Los Alamos National Lab and NASA Ames.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cho, if you are, you're welcome to come on camera and introduce yourself this morning.
Good morning, Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. Just joining now to have audio privileges for the time being. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cho. I believe with that, we are ready to get started. I will look to you, Ms. Carroll. Are you ready to introduce this panel 2 of witnesses?
I am.
And do you think Why don't you, should we introduce them one by one and then I can administer the oath? I'm not sure what you would prefer.
That's fine. I can do them one by one.
Great.
I'll start this morning by introducing Dr. Ellen Preece.
Good morning. And Dr. Preece, if you would please come off mute and raise your right hand. Dr. Preece, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And to you, Ms. Carroll?
Our next witness I'd like to introduce is Mr. Amardeep Singh.
Mr. Singh, if you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Singh, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'd like to introduce Mr. Thomas Fitzhugh.
Mr. Fitzhugh, good morning. If you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Fitzhugh, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Dr. Tyler Hatch.
Good morning. Dr. Hatch, if you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Hatch, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will hand this panel to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Dr. Preece, I'll begin with you. First, I'd like to ask you, is DWR 400 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
It is.
And is DWR 401 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yeah.
Is DWR 405 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Is DWR 405E a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint with errata?
Yeah.
And then in developing your opinion and testimony, did you rely upon the following exhibits? I'll start with DWR 402.
Yes.
DWR 403.
Yeah.
404.
Yeah.
And DWR 406 through 410.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you rely on DWR 413 through 442?
Yeah.
And DWR 444 through 501?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also rely upon Administrative Hearing Officer exhibits 45, 50, 54, 1007, and 1099?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then also, did you rely upon DWR 403E, which is an errata of that exhibit?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I'll move on to Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, thank you. Is DW 100 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is DWR 110 a true and correct copy of your testimony supplement revised?
Yes, it is.
And then is DWR 101 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
And is DWR 101R a true and correct copy of your revised PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
And then DWR 102, is that a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And then in developing your testimony and opinion today, did you rely upon the following DWR exhibits, 103 through 108?
Yes, I did.
Also DWR 110 through 116?
Yes, I did.
Great, thank you, Mr. Singh. And then Mr. Fitzhugh, is DWR 108 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is DWR 109 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then Dr. Hatch.
Morning.
Good morning. Is DWR 1000 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is DWR 1001 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
Is DWR 1002 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And then in developing your testimony and opinion, did you rely upon the following DWR exhibits? 1003 through 1014?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Did you also rely upon Administrative Hearing Officer exhibits 1055 through 1059?
Through 1058.
58. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes my questions, and we're ready to begin with the testimony of Dr. Ellen Priest. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull that up. Oh,
Which exhibit is it?
oh, that's what I was just about to. Thank you. It is exhibit number DWR 405E.
Thank you.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. My name is Dr. Ellen Priest, and I'm an Environmental Program Manager with the California Department of Water Resources. I've been working on water quality projects for over 15 years, including almost 10 years in the Delta. And in that time, I've published 20 peer-reviewed journal articles on water quality issues, including 6 specific to the Delta. Next slide, please. For an overview of my testimony, I'm going to be giving opinions on the Delta Conveyance Project's effects on electrical conductivity, the Delta Conveyance Project effects on chloride, and the Delta Conveyance Project effects on cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. Opinion 1 of mine is on electrical conductivity. While Delta Conveyance Project operations could result in higher electrical conductivity in the Delta at certain locations in some months, the project would not cause water quality degradation in regard to electrical conductivity such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected or there would be injury to legal users of water. Next slide, please. In this slide, I'm going to discuss the analysis that I conducted for electrical conductivity. Delta electrical conductivity was modeled using the Delta Simulation Model 2, also known as DSM-2. DSM-2 results were used to evaluate the effects of the Delta Conveyance Project on electrical conductivity at the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary D1641 water quality compliance locations. The monthly average electrical conductivity at selected Delta locations was considered from 1923 to 2015. This is also referred to as the 93-year period of record. Next slide, please. For my electrical conductivity analysis, we had 14 modeled locations, and they're shown on this map. 11 of those locations are the the D1641 locations. And so just to clarify, when I'm talking about water quality objectives in this presentation, I'm referring to the objectives that are implemented in D1641. Of these 11 locations shown on the map, 10 of these have objectives for agricultural beneficial use, while the Prisoner's Point location has an objective for fish and wildlife, and that's at and between Prisoner's Point and Jersey Point. Also show 3 additional locations beyond the D1641 locations in the North Delta. These include Steamboat Slough, the Sacramento River at Rio Vista, and the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. Next slide, please. This is a table that shows the percent of days in water years 1923 to 2015 that electrical conductivity exceeded the agricultural beneficial uses water quality objective. On the left, I have the location. In the middle column is existing conditions. And then on the far right is the Delta Conveyance Project. So 10 locations on this slide. The other location is the Prisoner's Point, but that is for fish and wildlife. So the modeling results show a slight, less than 1% increase under the Delta Conveyance project in the percent of days that exceed the agricultural beneficial uses compared to existing conditions. For Edmonton, Jersey Point, Vernalis, Brant Bridge, Old River at Tracy, and Banks pumping plant. There's no difference in the other locations. These exceedances are a modeling artifact. They are mostly a result of differences in model assumptions between CalSIM and DSM-2. These 1641 objectives are implemented in CalSIM 3, but due to many factors, including the difference in time steps between the models, so CalSIM uses a monthly time step while DSM-2 uses a 15-minute time step, DSM-2 may show exceedances that are more related to the differences in assumptions with each model. Further, the models do not reflect the ability of the operators to meet those water quality objectives. Next slide. I'm going to show 3 examples from my testimony of these bar plots. In my testimony, I have a bar plot for each location. So I'm going to give an overview of how these slides are presented with the first slide. So the non-highlighted area, and that's April through August on this slide, are the months or partial months when water quality objectives are in place. The model results show during the months when water quality objectives are in place on a long-term average basis that electrical conductivity for existing conditions, which is shown on the y-axis, and in blue bars for existing conditions and then gray for Delta Conveyance, they're the same or similar. Next slide, please. This slide shows electrical conductivity results for the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point. You can see from April to August that under both existing conditions and the Delta Conveyance project, that electrical conductivity is nearly identical, and there are small increases outside of the compliance period. Next slide, please. The final slide is the electrical conductivity results at Old River at Tracy Bridge, and you see no shading on this slide because the objectives are in place year-round. And as you can see, existing conditions and the Delta Conveyance project differs negligibly from existing conditions. Next slide, please. This table shows the percent of days in water years 1923 to 2015 that electrical conductivity exceeded the Fish and Wildlife beneficial uses water quality objective. You can see there's a less than 1% increase in the number of days that the Delta Conveyance project would exceed those beneficial uses. And as I explained in the previous table, this is a modeling artifact between the monthly CalSIM time step and DSM-2 15-minute time step. The operators would continue to meet real-time water quality compliance in real time. Next slide, please. My second opinion is on chloride. While Delta Conveyance project, and I'd like to, something that I forgot to mention in the introduction, but that I'd like to mention now, is this is an errata PowerPoint, and I also have an errata for my tech report for chloride. And the reason for that is that the y-axis in the chloride figures had the incorrect units on it. That's the only error that was fixed in both my testimony and the technical report. The data is and the modeling results are all identical. It's just simply a mislabeling of the y-axis. So moving on to my second opinion, while the Delta Conveyance project operations could result in differences in chloride in the Delta at certain locations, the project would not cause water quality degradation in regard to chloride such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected or there would be injury to legal users of water. Next slide, please. This slide presents the approach that I took for the chloride analysis. Delta chloride was modeled using DSM-2. The monthly average chloride at selected Delta locations is presented from 1923 to 2015. This is referred to as a 93-year period of record. Modeled chloride concentrations were used to determine effects of the Delta Conveyance project on chloride at Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan compliance locations in the Delta, and attainment of Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan chloride objectives for protection of municipal and industrial uses. Next slide, please. For the chloride analysis, there were two methods that I chose to calculate the chloride. For the western and interior Delta locations, where the predominant source of chloride is seawater, chloride concentrations were determined by applying known relationships between electrical conductivity and chloride to DSM-2 modeled electrical conductivity. This is also referred to as the regression methodology. For the northern, interior, and export area Delta locations, where chloride concentrations are more influenced by Delta inflows as opposed to seawater, from the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River, concentrations were calculated using a mass balance methodology applied to the DSM-2 modeled source water flow fraction. This is referred to as the mass balance methodology. Next slide, please. This map shows the 6 locations that were modeled for chloride. 5 of these locations are the D1641 compliance locations, and we also added an additional location near Stockton water supply intake. I want to point out that the 2 red squares are where we use that regression methodology because they're closer to the seawater. And then the yellow triangles that are in the interior portion of the Delta are where we use the mass balance methodology. Next slide, please. This table shows the percent of days in water years 1923 to 2015 that chloride concentrations exceeded 250 milligram per liter municipal and industrial use water quality objective. And this shows the 5 locations where this D1641 is in place. And you can see that the 4 bottom rows of this table, the West Canal at mouth of Clifton Court Forebay, Jones Pumping Plant, Barker Slough at North Bay Aqueduct, and Casblue at Vallejo, there is no difference in the percent of days exceeding that 250 milligram under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. For the Contra Costa Water District Pumping Plant number 1 location, there's a slight less than 1% increase in the number of days that the Delta Conveyance project would exceed chloride concentrations of 250 milligrams per liter. As I described previously for the electrical conductivity tables, this is a modeling artifact and related to the difference in time step between CalSim DSM-2. And it doesn't include the fact that operators would respond in real-time conditions, remain in compliance. Next slide, please. This shows the number of years in calendar years 1923 to 2014 that chloride concentrations exceed the 150 milligram per liter objective for Contra Costa Water District Pumping Plant number 1. And here, under existing conditions, it exceeds that 1 out of 92 years. And it's an identical result under the Delta Conveyance project, where it would also exceed 1 out of 92 years. Next slide, please. I'm now going to present 3 example locations. All of the locations are provided in my technical report, the same figure, but I'm going to show 3 figures here. And the first is the Contra Costa Water District Pumping Plant, with blue being existing conditions and the gray being the Delta Conveyance project. And I didn't point out previously, but we have months on the x-axis, and then Y is the chloride in milligrams per liter. And that's where in my errata, the label that was fixed. Here we can see that there are small to negligible increases in chloride at this location under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. Slide, please. This is the chloride results at the Barker Slough at North Bay Aqueduct, and similarly, here under the Delta Conveyance project, chloride would be nearly identical to the chloride that occurs under existing conditions at this location. Next slide, please. This is the final figure that I'll show for chloride. This is the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. And here, depending on the month, the chloride is either identical on a long-term average basis under the Delta Conveyance project or slight increase relative to existing conditions. And although I'm not going to show the other figures that are provided in my tech report and referred to in my testimony, the conclusions are similar for all locations, that there are small to negligible increases in chloride under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. And I neglected to say the same conclusion above for the electrical conductivity. I only showed 3 of 14 slides, but the same conclusion also held above, that I conclude that increases under the Delta Conveyance project, if there are any, are small to negligible. Next slide, please. So I'm moving on to my third and final opinion, which is on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. The Delta Conveyance project operations would not increase frequency and magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms that would result in substantially increased risks of negative effects to beneficial uses associated with cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta or injury to legal users of water. Next slide, please. I'm going to present an overview of the cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. So most freshwater harmful algal blooms are produced by cyanobacteria. These cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are a problem in multiple water bodies worldwide, from freshwater to brackish water environments. Cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in fresh and brackish water environments typically contain the genera Microcystis, Dolichospermum, Phanozonemon, Planktothrix, and or Cylindrospermopsis. To date, Microcystis is the most common and well-studied cyanobacteria worldwide. Microcystis is also the most common bloom-forming genera in the Delta. So although I also considered other genera in this testimony, the focus of this testimony is on Microcystis, since that's the most common bloom-forming genera in the Delta. Next slide, please. There are a number of abiotic, and this includes things like temperatures and flows, and biotic factors, things such as grazing and viruses, that affect if a bloom will form in a particular location. There are 5 primary environmental factors that provide favorable conditions for Microcystis to outcompete other phytoplankton in the Delta. These include warm water temperatures, high irradiance or sunlight penetration, low velocity and associated turbulent mixing, non-limiting, which means plentiful amounts of nutrients, and long hydraulic resonance time. Next slide, please. So for my assessment of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, I evaluated those 5 major drivers of CHABs in the Delta. So temperature was modeled directly by DSM-2, and I looked at both daily and monthly averages of water temperature. For irradiance, this was via modeled Delta inflows, and I also estimated sediment loading changes. For velocity and associated turbulence mixing, this was directly modeled by DSM-2 on a 15-minute time step. Nutrients were modeled via changes in DSM-2 modeled, or evaluated, via changes in DSM-2 modeled Delta source water proportions. And then residence time was directly modeled by DSM-2 And I looked at the number of hours to flush 90% of water from the modeled reach. So for all of these factors, except irradiance, so water years 1923 to 2015 were used in the modeling, and this is a 93-year period of record. For irradiance, I used water years 1922 to 2015, which is a 94-year period of record. Next slide, please. Continuing on with the assessment methodology, I looked at each of those 5 major drivers individually, and then I evaluated the interaction of the 5 major drivers to consider potential impacts to cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms due to implementation of the Delta Conveyance project. My analysis focused on June through November. This has been identified as a period when cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are seen in delta waterways, and so that was the focus of the assessment period. However, it's important to point out that blooms are most severe from July to September, and so this is identified as the period of peak cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom abundance, and I considered this in my assessment. Moving forward. Next slide, please. So there's a lot going on in this map, but it's showing the Delta CHAB assessment locations. These locations have been part of routine Delta monitoring programs and identified as primary bloom areas in previous studies. So the primary assessment locations are where these stars are shown, and they correspond to the yellow callouts. And these 9 locations were analyzed for nutrients and irradiance. This was expanded to 11 locations for velocity. In addition to those 9 locations, DSM-2 modeled temperature or velocity results were compiled for the Sacramento River at I Street Bridge and then the Freeport. 12 locations were considered for temperature. So those 2 additional locations that I mentioned for velocity, Sacramento River at I Street Bridge, Sacramento River at Freeport, and also for the channels around Frank's Tract. And then this is a typo in my slide. I actually analyzed 15 locations for residence time. And those are shown by the black lines on this figure. So each of those black lines represents the reach that I modeled residence time for. And the green callouts are just identifying that those are additional locations beyond the primary assessment locations. And then there's 3 black dots also shown on this map: Discovery Bay, and then Frank's Tract to the north, and then Mildred Island to the right. And those are black dots because those entire water bodies were modeled for residence time. Next slide, please. So I'm going to provide the assessment results for each of the 5 primary factors, but I will give a little background on each of those primary factors before I dive into the results. So for temperature, atmospheric exchange processes primarily drive delta water temperatures on both a short-term and long time scale. In the delta, the temperature necessary for microcystis bloom initiation is 19 degrees Celsius, or 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit. However, optimal microcystis growth usually occurs between 25 degrees Celsius, so that's 77 degrees Fahrenheit, and 35 degrees Celsius, or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface water temperatures in most delta main channels are usually lower than the growth optima of microcystis during the time period of July through September, which I identified as the period of peak cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom abundance. Dead-end sloughs and marinas can have higher surface water temperatures from July through September, and those temperatures may range from 25 to 28 degrees Celsius, or may even get warmer. Next slide, please. I'm going to show a couple examples of the temperature results that I included in my technical report. I have these same figures from June through November for each of my assessment locations, but I just chose two representative figures to show you in the summary of my testimony here today. So this is Frank's tract in August, so during that peak period of cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom abundance. And the probability of exceedance is on the x-axis with temperature in degrees Fahrenheit on the y-axis. The blue is existing conditions, in gray, Delta Conveyance project. And then as you can see here, the lines are on top of each other. And what that indicates is that there's no difference in the temperatures under existing conditions compared to those that would occur under the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. So this is the same type of exceedance plot, and this time I'm sharing the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel also for the month of August. And as you can see here, the lines once again are right on top of each other, which indicates there's no change in temperature under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions. And in my tech report, the same conclusion was reached for all months and analysis locations, and that there was little, if any, temperature increase under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions. Next slide, please. So to wrap up the temperature findings, my analysis focused on the potential for Delta Conveyance project to increase the frequency at which temperatures greater than 19 degrees Celsius would occur in the Delta relative to those that occur under existing conditions. With the Delta Conveyance project, monthly average temperatures for the 12 assessment locations for the months of June through November would be negligibly, if any, different than those that occur under existing conditions. Furthermore, the modeling results show that the frequency with which any given daily average temperature above 19 degrees Celsius that would occur for the Delta Conveyance project would be nearly identical to that of existing conditions. Next slide, please. I'm moving on to background on irradiance. Irradiance plays a critical role in cyanobacteria buoyancy control, so the ability of cyanobacteria cells to move up and down in the water column, growth rates, and vertical migration of overwintering cyanobacteria cells from the sediment. So the cells can overwinter in the sediment, and then when conditions are right, they can emerge into the water column. Fluctuating light levels in turbulent waters favor non-cyanobacteria genera, such as diatoms. High irradiance is considered a prerequisite for cyanobacteria bloom formation. That's why you see more blooms in the summertime than in the winter when there is not as much light. Irradiance of greater than 50 micromole photons per meter squared per second have been found to promote maximal cyanobacteria growth rates in the Delta. In the Delta, surface irradiance levels reach near 2,000 micromole photons per meter squared per second throughout the summer at midday. Next slide, please. For my findings, in my opinion, on irradiance, the Delta Conveyance project would have negligible effects on the factors that impact irradiance in the Delta. These include channel turbidity and total suspended solid levels. This is because river inflows associated with storm events, or the first flush event, would continue under the Delta Conveyance project. Physical processes that affect turbidity would also continue. Total suspended solid concentrations and turbidity levels in the Sacramento River water that flow past the North Delta intakes and enter the Delta would not differ from existing conditions under the Delta Conveyance project. Therefore, the Delta Conveyance project would have negligible, if any, effects on water column clarity and associated irradiance in Delta channels. Next slide, please. I'm now going to start discussing velocity. Turbulent mixing puts cyanobacteria at a disadvantage in its competition with other faster growing algal species. such as diatoms and green algae. In these turbulent conditions, microcystis cells cannot control their location in the water column. In calm water environments, where the surface to bottom water column mixing may not occur daily, that cyanobacteria can outcompete other algal species for light and nutrients and then form blooms. In the delta, microcystis blooms typically occur in low velocity, calm, non-turbulent aquatic environments. Blooms are much less likely to occur in riverine channels where turbulent flow exists. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show some similar exceedance plots to those that I showed for temperature. The difference here is that on the y-axis, we have the velocity in feet per second. I'm only going to show 2 examples, even though I have this modeling results for all locations June through November in my technical report. And what we can see from this slide is that the Delta Conveyance project line is on top of the existing conditions line, which indicates that there's no change in velocity under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. Next slide, please. For my second example location, this is the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel in August. And once again, you can see that the Delta Conveyance project line falls right on top of the existing conditions line, which indicates no change in velocity under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions. And the other plots in my technical report show the same findings, that there's little, if any, change in velocity under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. Next slide. So my opinion is that Delta Conveyance project would have negligible, if any, effect on the probability with which any given 15-minute velocity would occur at the 11 assessment locations during the June through November period relative to existing conditions. Next slide. I'm moving on to resonance time and the background on resonance time. Microcystis is a relatively slow growing species compared to other algal species. The genera needs longer resonance time to establish a bloom. So areas with low channel velocities and high hydraulic resonance times are more likely to promote the accumulation and aggregation of cells. This is a factor that contributes to high bloom biomass. There's no evidence in the scientific literature that higher resonance time alone results in higher algal growth rates. Instead, it provides opportunity for the cells to accumulate and aggregate. Areas with short resonance time typically cannot produce high biomass. This is because the cells quickly get flushed downstream and are not able to aggregate. Because factors that drive cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms interact in a complex fashion, increased or long resonance times do not always result in bloom occurrence or increased bloom magnitude. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move on to the results, the resonance time results, but I want to take a moment to explain these box plots. So for the resonance time analysis, I use box plots to compare resonance time under the Delta Conveyance project to existing conditions. The white box plot is existing conditions. The gray on the right is the Delta Conveyance project. Each one of these box plots contains 93 data points in it from the modeling. So the closer and tighter together a box is, that means there's less variation in the data. And the more spread out the box is, that means there's a little more variation in the data. Those solid black lines in the middle, that's the median. So that's where the middle of the data falls. The top of the box is 75th percentile. Bottom of the box is the 25th percentile. The difference between the top of the box and the bottom of the box is referred to as the inner quartile range. And the whiskers, those lines that extend from the top and the bottom of the plot, those are 1.5 times interquartile range, or the most far away data point. So you can see that they're shorter on the bottom, and that's because they're reaching to the furthest away data point. And then if any of those data points fall outside of that calculation, then they appear on this plot as dots, and those are outliers. So those black dots are outliers, and that just means they don't really fit in with the rest of the data and don't occur nearly as frequently as the rest of the data that's contained in the box plot. So the way that I would interpret these is if the bottom of one box plot is on top of the top line of the other box plot, that would indicate to me that there's a big difference in my results when comparing two locations. Here you can see, so I have all of the months, June through November, on the x-axis, and then the residence time in hours on the y-axis. The medians, which are those black lines, are identical across all months. And then the box plots themselves are, the tops and bottoms line up almost identically. And so that means that what we're finding here is that there's really little to no difference in residence time and the channels around Frank's Tract under the Delta Conveyance project compared to that residence time that occurs in existing conditions. Next slide, please. This is showing the same types of box plots. This time we're looking at the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, and I come to a similar conclusion here. The medians all are very similar. There might be slight changes, such as in July under the Delta Conveyance project, it's slightly lower residence time than that which occurs under existing conditions. But overall, these box plots are right next to each other, and so I can conclude that there's little to no difference in residence time under the Delta Conveyance project at this location relative to existing conditions. Next slide, please. This is the final slide that I'll be showing on the residence time, but I do have these same box plots for all of the locations in my technical report. So this is the residence time results for Discovery Bay. And in this case, most months, June, August, and November, you can see that the medians are almost right next to each other, nearly identical. In July, there is a slight increase in residence time under the Delta Conveyance project relative to the existing conditions. And that you can see that because the gray box is slightly higher on the y-axis than the existing conditions. However, the boxes are still mostly overlapping. And so that would indicate that there is a small increase, but there's not a significant increase in residence time under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions. Next slide. Oh, and I'm going to move on to the next slide, but I just want to say that the Discovery Bay is where I saw the biggest increases in residence time, according to the box plot, and all of the other locations were little to no increase in residence time compared to existing conditions. So in conclusion, for the residence time, the Delta Conveyance project would not affect residence time in the southern, eastern, western, and northern parts of the Delta such that there would be increased frequency or magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom. The Delta Conveyance project could increase residence time in some location and months within the central Delta, namely in Discovery Bay. And that was the example that I showed in July, that there was a slight increase. Based on known cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom dynamics in the Delta, what I didn't mention in the Discovery Bay slide is that that increase is approximately a day or two of residence time at Discovery Bay. And Discovery Bay has very long residence time under existing conditions, so 2 to 4 weeks, so almost a month. And so an additional day or two of residence time at this location that already has very long residence times would not cause harmful algal blooms to substantially increase in size or last substantially longer relative to those that occur under existing conditions. Next slide. Now moving on to nutrients. Both phosphorus and nitrogen are important in promoting cyanobacteria growth and subsequent blooms. Nitrogen and phosphorus within the delta are available annually at levels that are in excess, non-limiting amounts for aquatic plants and algae to grow. So there are sufficient nutrients for the growth of microcystis throughout the delta. Next slide, please. For my findings for nutrients, I found small changes in delta source water percentages. For example, Sacramento River and San Joaquin River with the Delta Conveyance project would lead to small changes in the distribution of nutrients in the delta during the months of June through November. Potential minor increases or decreases in these nutrient concentrations that may occur at some locations and times within the delta would have negligible, if any, effects on microcystic growth in the delta. The reason for this is because any increase in nutrient concentrations that would occur at some delta locations would be small in magnitude. Nutrients would continue to be in excess under the Delta Conveyance project as they are under existing conditions. Next slide, please. So I considered each of the 5 environmental factors that are conducive to harmful algal blooms and went through those already. And in this slide, I'm going to integrate those findings together for the entire delta. And so my conclusions are that the southern, eastern, western, and northern delta, the Delta Conveyance project would not affect temperature, nutrients, turbulence and mixing, water clarity, or residence time, such that there would be substantial increase in the frequency or magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in these areas. For the central delta, Delta Conveyance project would not affect water temperature, nutrients, turbulence and mixing, or water clarity, such that there would be a substantial increase in the frequency or magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. The Delta Conveyance project could increase residence time in some locations and months within the central delta, namely in Discovery Bay. So as I mentioned previously, the residence time in Discovery Bay is very long, an order of 2 to 5 weeks, depending on the month and the location in Discovery Bay. So an additional day or 2 of residence time at this location would not cause cyanobacteria bloom, harmful algal blooms, to increase substantially in size or last substantially longer relative to the blooms that already occur under existing conditions. Next slide, please. I'm going to give a final summary of my 3 opinions. The first is electrical conductivity. While Delta Conveyance project operations could result in higher electrical conductivity in the delta at certain locations in some months, the project would not cause water quality degradation in regard to electrical conductivity, such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected or there would be injury to legal users of water. My second opinion is on chloride. While Delta Conveyance project operations could result in differences in chloride in the delta at certain locations, the project would not cause water quality degradation in regard to chloride, such that beneficial uses would be adversely affected or there would be injury to legal users of water. And then my third opinion is on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Delta Conveyance project operations would not increase the frequency and magnitude of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, with a substantially increased risk of negative effects to beneficial uses associated with cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the delta or injury to legal users of water. Next slide. That should be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. Ms. Carroll, I will turn to you.
Okay, with that, I would like to request that Ms. Mullen pull up DWR 101R for Mr. Amardeep Singh. Thank you, Ms. Mullen, and Mr. Singh, when you are ready.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Amardeep Singh, and I'm a principal engineer with Delta Conveyance office with the Department of Water Resources. I've been working as modeling manager for the Delta Conveyance project for over 5 years, and my experience within DWR includes conducting operations and hydrodynamic modeling using Calcim 3 and BSM2. I have reviewed and analyzed modeling results from simulations that were conducted by DWR staff and consultants supporting DCP. Today, I'll be presenting a summary of my testimony that is based on operations and hydrodynamic modeling of the Delta Conveyance project. Before I move on to the next slide, I just want to point out that this slide deck that we have, exhibit, is a revised version of my original exhibit 101. And as you know, California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued an incidental take permit, we calling DCP ITP, on February 14th of this year. And this ITP refined Delta Conveyance project operations criteria as compared to what was proposed in the final environmental impact report. So my presentation here, or my testimony, there's some slides that our information is revised based on this sensitivity study that we did that comprised of refined incidental take permit criteria. And there is also some slides that are added that have some new information that came from incidental take permit modeling. Next slide, please. So this is an outline of my testimony today. Presentation, I'll start with an overview of my testimony. I'll be discussing the operational requirements for the North Delta intakes that were included in the final environmental impact report modeling, as well as the incidental take permit modeling. I'll be discussing diversions at the North Delta intakes and how they will be integrated with existing South Delta State Water Project export facilities and modeling assumptions related to that. And then finally, I'll get into some modeling results based on the final environmental impact report modeling, as well as incidental take permit refinements modeling. And I'll focus on water levels, changes in flow reversals, changes in water supply, water quality, and cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of my testimony. Written testimony that is provided is based on final EIR modeling, as well as sensitivity analysis that was done using the updated ITP baseline, and also the incidental take permit DCP operations. And I'll be referring to this as ITP modeling in my presentation today. This testimony supports my opinion that modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations. And in terms of my key findings, based on the results, the highest changes in water level occur near the proposed intake when the project is operating close to maximum capacity. And this happens primarily during high flow periods. During low flow periods, when other legal users could be affected, DCP operations will not reduce water levels. We looked at the flow reversals. The DCP operations will not increase the frequency or magnitude of reverse flows, especially significant reverse flows that can travel beyond 0.8 miles from SAC sewer discharge location, which is upstream of the proposed intake. Also, the project will not reduce the water supply for Central Valley contractors and is projected to increase the water supply for state water project Table A contractors by up to 22% under the EIR modeling and about 19% under the ITP modeling. Next slide, please. So this slide has new information based on the ITP. For the ITP modeling, a baseline has changed from the final EIR. Updated baseline includes long-term operations, biological opinions, and also state water project incidental take permit that were adopted at the end of 2024. ITP modeling also uses adjusted historical hydrology. State water project delivery capability report that was released in 2024 used an adjusted historical hydrologic conditions as a baseline, and as it is more representative of current conditions. So the historic hydrology was adjusted to account for a warmer climate that we have experienced in the last 30 years. And then the intent here is to provide a better representation of recent climatic conditions. The refined ITP criteria is generally more restrictive than the operational criteria that was presented in the final EIR, and will result in lower state water project diversions at the proposed North Delta intakes compared to the final EIR. Under the updated baseline and refined ITP DCP criteria, incremental effects to the flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and data and delta water quality remain consistent with the final EIR conclusion. And the details of modeling assumptions are summarized in Exhibit DWR 104 revised. Next slide, please. So this slide here is outlining the operational requirements for North Delta intakes that were included in the final EIR modeling. I'm going to focus on the first bullet, which talks about approach and sweeping velocity requirements, as this requirement is also currently in the ITP criteria as well. So approach velocity is the velocity that is perpendicular to the screen, and sweeping velocity is parallel to the surface of the screen. That's in compliance with the fish agency requirements. The maximum approach velocity of 0.2 feet per second to detect the delta smelt is allowed, and a minimum sweeping velocity of 0.4 feet per second to minimize localized effect near the intake. So as I mentioned earlier, so this criteria is still applicable under the current ITP for Delta Conveyance project and was included in the modeling. The second set of bullets, I'm going to skip over that and move on to the next slide because these are from the final EIR. So I will focus on the new criteria. So as I mentioned earlier, for the ITP modeling, the criteria is more restrictive than the final EIR modeling. The bypass flow, I should define bypass flow. The bypass flow is the flow remaining in river downstream of the proposed intakes. So there is the criteria depending on the month and the flow in Sacramento River that allows certain level of diversion. So December through June period, bypass criteria in the ITP is based on different flow ranges in Sacramento River. The ITP defines tidally dominant flows below 20,000 CFS. There is a certain percent that we can divert. Then as the flow becomes higher in transitional range from 20,000 to 35,000 CFS, those allowed diversions increase. And then as the flow becomes high, greater than 35, there's additional increase that's possible in the ITP. So one point I want to point out that the ITP does allow for a range of potential diversions, and this is based on real-time monitoring that will be done and some risk assessments that will be done for fisheries, and depending on that, there could be a range of diversions. what was modeled and the result that I'm presenting today is an upper end of that allowable diversion. And the reason we modeled upper end was just to conservatively look at the potential impacts of the project. There are also some minimum flow bypass requirements. Like in August and September, we're required to maintain at least 5,000 CFS. In October, that is 7,000 CFS. In November through July period, the minimum bypass is 10,000 CFS. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a table that summarizes the criteria that I was discussing in the previous slide in a tabular form. This table here, the first two columns, columns 1 and 2, list months in different ranges of Sacramento River flow. And the third column is the corresponding bypass flow that is required in the ITP. So the column 3, in terms of required bypass flow and allowable diversions, is always modeled in the ITP modeling that I'm presenting today. ITP has, okay, so the third column, like I said, is the upper end. And for example, just to give an example, say at 25,000 CFS in December, if you look at December through February range, if we have 25,000, we're required to maintain a bypass of at least or 90%, and so we can divert 10% of that, which means about 25,000 CFS. We're allowed 2,500 CFS. Next slide, please. So this table here is a couple of criteria that were in the final EIR modeling, but were replaced by a refined bypass criteria in the ITP. In the EIR modeling, there was a flow-based criteria that triggered a post-protection period. This period is defined as when a large number of and a high concentration of winter run is moving past the screens. The EIR criteria required us to maintain a low level pumping during this period, but the refined ITP replaces this with the new bypass criteria. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides, I'll talk about the integration of proposed intakes and operations with existing South Delta export facilities. So access flows are defined in the operations plan as conditions when Delta has flows in excess of in-basin uses and the amount that's necessary to comply with the regulations considering facilities that exist today. And this is mostly in winter and spring period. So when we have excess flows, South Delta exports are first maximized up to the limits permitted under the regulatory requirements. And after that, North Delta intakes would be used to capture additional excess flows when South Delta exports are unable to capture these flows, either due to physical or regulatory constraints. Under balanced conditions, when releases from upstream reservoirs plus the unregulated flow approximately equal water supply needed to meet Sacramento Valley in-basin uses plus exports at existing facilities. During these times, operators could shift a portion of state water project diversions from existing South Delta intake to North Delta to help manage water quality in the Delta while meeting operational criteria. This operation results in some carriage water savings. So carriage water is an additional flow added to the Delta outflow needed to export a unit of water through the Delta to the South Delta export facilities. So the project does provide some carriage water benefit or savings due to the shifting. From July through September, we do have a requirement where South Delta exports in Jones and Banks pumping plant need to be at least 3,000 CFS before we start shifting. And any carriage water savings that cannot be exported are backed up into north of Delta storage, and that can be used subsequently for additional releases. Next slide, please. So this slide is looking at moving stored water to DCP. So the primary source of flows that are diverted at DCP are access flows, and this happens during winter months where we have access flows. There is a commitment that there won't be any additional stored water moved through the DCP. One exception is that any carriage water savings that are saved or stored at upstream reservoirs could be stored and released later and moved to the DCP. But other than these carriage water savings in the model, there is no additional stored water that is diverted through the North Delta intakes. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will be summarizing water levels. And I have a series of exceedance plots looking at a daily minimum level at a few locations in the Delta. And as we look through these plots, the maximum difference that we see in the daily minimum based on these exceedances is about half a foot that happens immediately downstream of the intake. Next slide, please. So this is a map on this slide of a few locations that are presented in my testimony in terms of water level changes. There are 5 locations shown in the map with a star. The locations that I presented in my testimony are downstream of intake. Sacramento River below Georgiana Slough, Sacramento River at Rio Vista, McCalmy, Terminus, and Old River Tracy Boulevard. There are other locations in the model output files that were shared that have additional locations, but for the testimony, I have these 5 locations. Next slide, please. So this is the exceedance plot of a daily minimum stage in Sacramento River downstream of the proposed intake. And I'll just, since I have like 4 or 5 plots like this, I'll just explain these plots. So this is an exceedance plot. There are 4 curves that are somewhat hard to see because some of them are overlapping, but there's 4 lines in this chart. The solid lines are representing exceedance plots for minimum daily water levels for final EIR modeling. I'm calling existing and DCP in the legend. And then there is dashed line, which is updated baseline, and also the ITP, DCP updated criteria. So the left of this chart, from 0 to 10% as an example, represents the highest 10% of daily water level, which most likely occurs when you have high flows in the Sacramento River. Similarly, 90% to 100% on the right-hand side of this chart represent the lowest 10% of minimum levels, which occurs during low flow periods. And as you can see in this plot, the exceedance of daily minimum water levels at Sacramento River downstream of intake, we see about half foot of change in the daily minimums between 10 to 20% of exceedance levels. And as you go towards the right of the plot, where above 50% exceedances, when you have low flows, there is no changes with DCP. And those incremental changes with DCP, when you compare the 2 baselines, are very similar. Next slide, please. This is a similar plot for Sacramento River downstream of Georgiana Slough. Again, like looking at exceedance for 2 baselines with Delta Conveyance project, solid lines and dashed lines that I described earlier. And the results at this location show the highest change is about 0.3 feet, occurring again around 10 to 20% range exceedance levels, and there is no changes beyond 50% times when we have lower levels and lower flows in delta. Next slide, please. This slide here is showing minimum state, minimum daily state at Rio Vista exceedance plot. And at this location, all four lines are pretty much on top of each other. So as we move further away from the intake, the results show there is negligible change in exceedance of water levels at this location. Next slide, please. This is another location, exceedance plots, daily minimum for Old River at Tracy Road. Similar to previous plot, the differences between the two lines, solid and dashed lines, is negligible. So no change in water levels under either of those baselines with DCP. Next slide, please. Similar results, no changes. This one is stated South Fort McCulmy at terminus. With DCP under the two baselines, we don't see any changes in minimum daily water levels. Next slide, please. So in summary, from the results in water level changes with DCP, the largest reduction in water levels near the proposed intake is around half a foot. And these are times when Sacramento River flow is high, and it happens right immediate downstream of the intake. As you move further away from North Delta diversions, there is negligible changes in water levels. Next slide, please. So this slide is looking at reverse flows. There's two charts. One in the chart on the left is looking at frequency of duration of reverse flows, and the right is the distance that each reverse flow event travels. So the data behind these charts is output from Delta Simulation Model 2. We used a 15-minute output from the models and looked at each reverse event that happened during the period of simulation. And the reverse flows, are the flows that are moving in upstream direction from Sacramento River, near the proposed intakes. Reverse flows do occur naturally because of ocean tides, especially when we have low flows in Sacramento River. And this particular evaluation was done to see if Freeport water intake operations that is located upstream of the proposed intake will be affected by these flow reversals. And the reference point that we used in this is the Sac Sewer discharge location, which is located between the Freeport water intake and proposed intake. And the idea is here to look at, see if the DCP causes any increase in reversals in frequency or duration or distance. So that's the purpose behind this analysis. So if you look at the left chart, again, we have 4 lines. The solid lines are changes in on frequency of frequency of reverse flows with and without project, and the dashed line is frequency of flow reversals under the new ITP modeling. And as we can see, there is a minimal changes in terms of duration, frequency of different duration events. And on the right-hand side, it is similar plot that looks at how far the reverse flows travel from the Sac Sewer discharge location. And for significant events that are traveling beyond 0.8 feet, we don't see any differences with DCP under the 2 baselines. Next slide, please. So in summary, reverse flows occur under existing conditions. Reverse flows attributable to DCP operations are very small in both duration and reverse flow distances. There is no increase in frequency of strong reverse flow events. These are defined as the reverse flow events greater than 0.8 miles. And DWR is committed to coordinate operations with Sacramento Area Sewer District and Freeport Regional Water Authority operations and share projections of tidal reverse flows and any DCP conversions that may be anticipated. Next slide, please. So next set of slides, I'll be going into some water supply results. So this chart here is an exceedance plot that looks at long-term annual exports. And there are two lines in this chart that you can see. The dashed line is the updated DCP ITP criteria, and the solid line is the DCP under the existing conditions that was in the final EIR modeling. The main point here is to illustrate that the diversions at the North Delta intake under the ITP criteria are lower than the diversions at the intakes under the FEIR model. As an example, if you look at, say, 50% exceedance probability under the EIR model, which is the solid line, that number was about approximately 750,000 acre-feet, and same number at 50% under the new modeling with the ITP criteria is about 550,000 acre-feet or so. Next slide, please. So I'm going to skip a few slides and go to slide 27. These 5 slides have information that's mostly focused on the EIR modeling. So I'll skip to slide 27 that summarizes deliveries for both ITP and EIR modeling. If we could just skip it to, 27, thank you. So this table here is a summary of deliveries for State Water Project and CVP with and without project under the 2 baselines. So the first 2 columns are existing in DCP that was in the final EIR model. And then we have updated baseline and DCP ITP based on the refined criteria for the project. And I have percent changes under those 2 scenarios with and without project. So if you look at the State Water Project Table A, the contracted deliveries, there was about a 22% increase based on the final EIR modeling, and updated ITP modeling shows that to be about 19%. If you look at a row that's the same State Water Project Table A contractors looking at dry and critical years, those numbers are 24% and 21% respectively. The last row in this column is looking at CVP delta export, and we see there's no decrease in CVP exports under either of those 2 baselines with DCP. Next slide, please. The next 3 or 4 slides are looking at end of September storage at State Water Project and CVP reservoirs. So end of September storage is another useful metric to evaluate changes in State Water Project and CVP operations, and as an indicator of available water supply going into next water year. This chart here is end of September modeled storage for Lake Oroville, and similar to charts that I've been sharing previously, there are 4 lines, solid lines, the final EIR model with and without project. Dashed lines are for ITP modeling with and without project. And so the big thing is that the end of September storage with project does not change with compared to the baselines in both of those baselines. And also those, incremental changes is same for the two baselines. Next slide, please. This is looking at end of September storage for Shasta. Again, with the project under existing conditions, updated baseline with DCP dash lines. So there's no change in end of September with DCP under either of two baselines. Next slide. This is looking at Folsom Lake end of September storage. Again, with the DCP under the two baselines, end of September storage is very similar to the respective baseline. Next slide, please. Similar results for Trinity Lake. With DCP, there's no change in upstream storage end of September. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the cadence plots that we just saw in a tabular form. The first two columns are end of September storage at 4 locations that we looked at with the EIR model existing and DCP. And you see there's minimal change. Lake Oroville and Folsom Lake, there is a slight increase, and this is attributed to water savings. If we look at the next 3 columns, that is the updated baseline with DCP ITP criteria. Similar results in terms of no changes in Trinity and Shasta and slight increase in Lake Oroville and Folsom Lake. Next slide, please. So in terms of water supply changes, the DCP does not include any actions that would modify water deliveries to non-state water project and non-CVP water right holders. We looked at state water project and CVP delta diversions. Simulated state water project annual exports show 22% increase with DCP compared to the existing conditions. This is the final EIR model, and the same number is about 90% increase under the ITP modeling. For CVP annual export, there was about 2% increase in the EIR modeling, and there's no increase in the ITP modeling. Next slide, please. So these are, again, the state water project and CVP water contractor deliveries. As shown in my testimony, water deliveries to CVP and state water project contractors, including settlement contractors, exchange contractors, these level 2, Feather River service area is same as existing conditions under the DCP. CVP north of Delta water service contractors, long-term average, dry and critical average deliveries are similar or slightly higher under existing conditions for DCP. Next slide, please. So in terms of carryover storage in state water project and CVP reservoirs, there is no substantial differences in reservoir storage. There is a slight increase in reservoir storage, especially in Oroville, due to carried water savings. Next slide, please. So this slide here is looking at some upstream river flows. And what I have, there's 4 charts at 4 locations: Sacramento River at Keswick, Feather River at Thermalito, American River at Nimbus, and Sacramento River at Freeport. Again, there's 4 curves on that, each chart representing with and without project under the 2 baselines. And what the results show that the solid lines are on top of each other, and dashed lines are on top of each other as well, indicating there is no change in terms of monthly averages flows at these locations with DCP compared to the baseline. So with the new refined modeling based on the ITP criteria. The findings are similar to what we saw in the final EIR. So any conclusion, the FEIR with respect to DCP effects on upstream flows remain unchanged. Next slide, please. The next set of slides, I'll be looking at some water quality results at key locations. And this one is water quality at Edmonton, which is one of the D1641 compliance locations. On the left, I have monthly bar graph showing daily mean EC at this location. For each month, there are 4 bars. The first 2 bars represent without and with project based on the final EIR modeling. And the last 2 bars for each month, they represent without and with project or the ITP modeling. So as you look at these plots in terms of the different months and the changes with DCP under the 2 baselines, they are similar to what we have in the final EIR. So incremental changes at this location with DCP remains consistent with the findings in the EIR. On the right-hand side, there is the impedance plot. Again, there is 4 curves. This is based on daily EC for the period of simulation. And we see in terms of incremental changes between those curves. So the 2 curves that are present with and without project under FEIR, and the 2 curves that represent with and without project on the final ITP. If you look at the differences, those differences of those exceedances are very similar under the 2 models. Next slide, please. So this is looking at water quality at 3 Mile Slough. We have similar plots like the previous slide. On the left, daily means by month with and without project. And again, the incremental changes that we see under the new ITP modeling at this location compared to the EIR model, they are very similar. Similar results in terms of exceedances. On the right chart, the changes in terms of EC at this location under the 2 baseline with DCP remain consistent. Next slide, please. Another location that has D1641 compliance, Jersey Point, the San Joaquin River, Jersey Point. We do see incremental changes monthly based on daily EC. And looking at those bars, the changes are similar to what we had in the final EIR. On the right, similar to other plots, exceedance plots, the incremental changes with DCP under the 2 baselines remain very similar. Next slide, please. This is the water quality or EC at Old River at Rock Slough. And similarly, looking at the 2 modeling scenarios with DCP and this location as well, when we look at the changes with project compared to the respective baselines, they are very similar. And same thing on the right-hand side, looking at the exceedance plots based on daily EC with and without project under the 2 baselines, the changes are very similar. Next slide, please. So in terms of the summary of water quality changes with the ITP, the results from sensitivity studies show that incremental changes of EC with DCP are very similar under both existing conditions and the updated baseline. We saw the incremental changes monthly and the exceedance plot. This indicates that changes in water quality are not affected by DCP-ITP, and the salinity-related conclusions in the final EIR remain unchanged. Next slide, please. So next few slides, I'll be looking at 3 of the environmental factors that Dr. Priest talked about in her testimony related to CHAP. This one is the water temperature in the Delta, showing water temperature at 3 locations, Old River at Fox Blues, Old River at Tracy Road, and San Joaquin River at Jersey Point. This is monthly temperature based on the model DSM-2 modeling. And as we see, there's little to no incremental change in water temperature caused by DCP, both under existing conditions and the updated baseline. Next slide, please. This is another environmental factor that Dr. Priest discussed. This is absolute river velocity. The DSM-2 was used to determine changes in river velocities at locations throughout the Delta, and the focus was locations that are prone to formation of HAP. And what we see here is that there is no change in river velocities between all scenarios. So river velocities under DCP are expected to be very similar compared to the final EIR existing conditions and the updated ITP baseline. Next slide, please. This is looking at residence time, changes in residence time with DCP that also was discussed by Dr. Priest in her presentation. So DSM-2 was used to evaluate residence time, some locations in the Delta, and residence time is defined as length of time in hours to flush 90% of water in a given region. And what we see here, if you look at those box plots, the first 2 plots are with and without project based on FEIR modeling, and the last 2 box plots are baseline and DCP based on the ITP modeling. And what we see is that incremental changes in residence time with DCP are very similar under both existing conditions and the ITP updated baseline. Next slide, please. So just a summary of my opinions. The modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations. Results show that highest changes in water level occur near the intake when there is high flows in the system and North Delta intakes are utilized to maximum capacity. During the periods when there is low water levels and flows are low, diversions by other legal users could be affected. DCP operations will not result in any reduction of water levels. The deliveries at the proposed DCP or diversions at DCP intakes will not impact existing legal users' ability to divert water in the river. DCP operations will not increase the frequency and magnitude of reverse flow events, specifically looking at significant events that are have a distance of more than 0.8 miles from stack or discharge locations. A DCP operation will not decrease water supply to CVP contractors and will increase water supply for state water project table A contractors by 19% under ITP modeling and 22% under EIR modeling. Next slide, please. So we did conduct a sensitivity study based on refined criteria from the ITP. And this updated modeling included adjusted historical hydrology. It also had the latest biological opinions and state water project incidental take permit that was adopted last year. And the calcium 3 model, there were some changes there. and the new model is extended to 2021 compared to the old FEIR model that was up to 2015. And the defined ITP criteria is generally more restrictive than operational criteria in the final EIR and will result in lower state water project diversions at the proposed North Delta intakes compared to the final EIR. And under the updated baseline and refined ITP DCP criteria, incremental effects of flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with the FEIR conclusions. And my testimony today was based on modeling that was done for the final EIR and also the updated ITP baseline and ITP DCP operation. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think now would be a good time for a break. So that would be my intent. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will come back at 11:01. Thank you. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am, ready to go.
Great, thank you. And it looks like we have most of our witnesses. I'm not sure who's next, so I will look to you, Ms. Carroll.
Yes, next we will have Dr. Tyler Hatch.
Great.
And so let me look up that number for you, Ms. Mullen. That will be DWR Exhibit 1001. If we could please pull that up. I'm sure you're working on
I
it.
think we're working on it. There we go.
I was informed that there's a bit of a delay, so I apologize if I jump too fast.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. My name is Tyler Hatch. I'm a principal engineer with Terra Incorporated. My background is in water resources engineering and numerical modeling of surface water and groundwater flow. Prior to joining Terra, I led the development of the Fine Grid California Central Valley Groundwater Surface Water Simulation Model, otherwise known as C2V-SIM Fine Grid, for the Department of Water Resources Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. I'm presenting today on the groundwater analysis performed to analyze potential impacts to legal users of water from the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief introduction to the topics covered and is followed by a summary of opinions. Then I will discuss the groundwater analysis, including construction and operations, the quantitative and qualitative impacts assessment and mitigation. Analysis of potential impacts during construction will be discussed first, followed by mitigation. Then I will discuss the analysis of potential impacts during operations. Potential impacts during construction are analyzed qualitatively, and potential impacts during operations are analyzed quantitatively for some metrics and qualitatively for others. Potential impacts during construction are not analyzed using the Delta groundwater model. The Delta groundwater model is used to analyze potential impacts during operations only. Potential impacts during construction would be localized and related to short-term pumping for dewatering at the intakes and tunnel shafts. Potential impacts during operations would be regional and related to changes in groundwater flow patterns around the intakes and tunnel alignment. There is no groundwater pumping associated with project operations. Next slide, please. This slide includes a summary of opinions, and my summary of opinions is as follows. The Delta Conveyance project construction activities will not impact legal users of water. Mitigation measures, including monitoring, will ensure there are no construction impacts. The Delta groundwater model is an appropriate model to evaluate potential regional impacts to groundwater and legal users of water during project operations. Because there are not significant changes in stream gains or losses, groundwater elevations, reductions in groundwater levels affecting supply wells, long-term changes in groundwater storage, or increases in groundwater elevations near the Delta Conveyance project intakes that will impact agricultural drainage, there are no impacts to other legal users. There will be no impacts from subsidence or groundwater quality degradation caused by the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to provide an overview of the groundwater analysis performed to analyze potential impacts to legal users of water. The groundwater analysis is separated into two parts: analysis related to construction of the project and analysis related to project operations. Analysis of potential impacts during construction are considered qualitative because they are based on conceptual designs and site-specific conditions are anticipated to vary. Site scale modeling, not with the Delta groundwater model, was performed as part of the conceptual design. Analysis of potential impacts during operations are primarily quantitative using the Delta groundwater model. While analysis for land subsidence and water quality degradation used results from the Delta groundwater model, they are considered qualitative because neither land subsidence nor water quality are explicitly simulated by the Delta groundwater model. Next slide, please. Now I'll talk about the qualitative analysis for potential impacts during construction and maintenance. Potential impacts are short-term during construction and maintenance periods only. The analysis is based on engineering project descriptions and conceptual designs. The analysis also leverages knowledge of approaches used in similar conditions to reduce drawing water from adjacent water bodies and groundwater, as well as knowledge of groundwater conditions, hydrogeology, and anticipated changes in groundwater elevations, storage, and quality. Next slide, please. Potential impacts during construction are related to dewatering at the intakes and tunnel shafts. Dewatering during construction is a standard practice that involves pumping groundwater at an excavation site to allow access. For the intakes, cutoff walls will be installed around the construction site. Then inside the cutoff walls, pumping removes water while the cutoff walls themselves reduce the amount of groundwater inflow into the excavation site. The cutoff walls greatly reduce the zone of influence and the pumping rate necessary for dewatering operations. Based on preliminary design and available data, pumping rates for dewatering would initially be approximately 2,000 gallons per minute and occur for 4 to 6 weeks. After the initial dewatering, the pumping rate would taper to between 2,000 gallons per minute and 200 gallons per minute and 1,000 gallons per minute through the remainder of the construction period. Dewatering flows would be collected, treated, and reused on the construction site. Construction methods have been selected to minimize the potential for impacts, and mitigation provides an additional safeguard to ensure no impacts occur to legal users of water. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 involves monitoring and maintaining water supplies in affected areas and will be described further in the next couple slides. For the tunnel shafts, the shaft locations are isolated from groundwater with cutoff walls. Excavation is conducted under wet conditions, meaning without pumping the water first. The tunnel shaft is then isolated from surrounding groundwater using a tremie seal, and then after it's sealed off from the surrounding groundwater, water is removed from the tunnel shaft only. This is a very similar approach to what is described in the Freeport Regional Water Project Final Environmental Impact Report for its intake facility. The tunnel itself is constructed under wet conditions and no dewatering is necessary. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 takes steps to ensure groundwater supplies for legal users of water are not affected by project construction and maintenance activities. Groundwater monitoring is a key component of mitigation measure groundwater number 1 and will be conducted as soon as access to existing wells is obtained and new monitoring wells are installed to identify if groundwater supplies are affected. Next slide, please. Mitigation will be provided if groundwater monitoring indicates that the difference in average groundwater elevation declines between monitoring wells outside the area of influence and monitoring wells inside the area of influence are more than 10% of the depth of the shallowest known well inside the area of influence. To address wells affected by groundwater level declines, injection wells will be used to re-inject groundwater. If injection wells are not feasible in an area or insufficient to offset potential impacts on groundwater levels, other measures will be implemented, including deepening or modifying existing wells used for domestic or agricultural purposes, such as through the lowering of pumping intakes, or securing a temporary water supply or compensating farmers for production losses due to the reduction in available groundwater supplies. In all cases, potable supplies would be brought in temporarily while injection wells are constructed and groundwater recharges if needed. Next slide, please. Mitigation measure groundwater number 1 handles the case if groundwater levels are reduced during construction. Mitigation measure groundwater number 5 was established to handle the case where groundwater levels increase near project intake facilities. Groundwater mitigation measure groundwater number 5 will use the same groundwater monitoring well system, including existing wells described under mitigation measure groundwater number 1, to determine if increases in groundwater elevations within the area of influence would exceed observed increases outside the area of influence. For mitigation measure groundwater number 5, if groundwater elevations increase more than 10% inside the area of influence over conditions outside the area of influence, existing or new dewatering wells, including reinjection wells described for mitigation measure groundwater number 1, will be used to extract groundwater and reduce groundwater elevations to seasonal average conditions. Next slide, please. So far, I have talked about potential impacts during construction and mitigation. Construction methods have been selected to minimize the potential for impacts, and mitigation measures have been included to ensure no impacts occur to legal users of water. Now I'm going to talk about the impact analysis during project operations. Analysis of potential impacts to legal users of water during project operations involves using the Delta groundwater model. 7 potential impacts have been identified and analyzed. 5 of the 7 are quantitative and directly use outputs from the Delta groundwater model. These are changes in stream gains or losses, changes in groundwater elevations, reduction in groundwater levels affecting supply wells, changes in long-term groundwater storage, and increases in groundwater elevations near project intakes affecting agricultural drainage. The remaining 2 are qualitative because they relate to aspects not directly simulated by the model, and these are subsidence and degradation of water quality. It's important to point out there will not be any groundwater pumping from the project during project operations. Next slide, please. For analyzing potential groundwater-related impacts to legal users of water from project operations, existing models were reviewed to determine the most suitable tool. The evaluation is summarized in Appendix A of the final environmental impact report, which is AHO 1056. And based on the model review, the best available tool at the time was the FineGrid California Central Valley Groundwater Surface Water Simulation Model, or C2V-SIM FineGrid. C2V-SIM FineGrid is a state-owned and developed model and is widely used, and the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act Groundwater Sustainability Plan regulations mention C2V-SIM as a tool that DWR will provide to support groundwater sustainability plan development. The Delta groundwater model is developed based on C2V-SIM FineGrid, and the Delta groundwater model is a cutout from the C2V-SIM FineGrid model that includes the Delta area, and the model underwent additional enhancements and calibration for the project impacts analysis. Next slide, please. In this slide, the figure on the left shows the extent of the California Central Valley Groundwater Surface Water Simulation Model and covers the entire Central Valley of California. The figure on the right shows the Delta groundwater model extent in green. The Delta groundwater model covers the area from approximately the Bear River in the north on the east to the Tuolumne River in the south on the east, and covers the entire project area. The tunnel alignments and project corridors are also shown on the figures. Next slide, please. The Delta groundwater model was enhanced by increasing the model layering from the 4 layers represented in the FineGrid California Central Valley Groundwater Surface Water Simulation Model to 6 layers. The top 2 layers of C2V-SIM FineGrid were split into 4 layers for the Delta groundwater model. In areas of the model where the top 2 layers of C2V-SIM FineGrid are more than 200 feet thick, Layer 1 is 65 feet thick, Layer 2 is 50 feet thick, Layer 3 is 50 feet thick, and Layer 4 is the remaining thickness of the top 2 layers of C2V-SIM FineGrid. In areas where the top 2 layers are less than 200 feet thick, the combined thickness of the top 2 layers are divided into 4 even layers in the Delta groundwater model. A cross-section is shown in the figure on the upper right side of the slide. The light blue layer represents model layer 3, and the tunnel alignment is simulated in layer 3, corresponding to approximately 115 to 165 feet in depth. Land and water use data were updated using existing recent local models and plans, including the Cosumnes South American, North American model, and the Eastern San Joaquin models. The map in the bottom middle of the slide shows the Delta groundwater model extent overlain with the Cosumnes South American, North American model, and the Eastern San Joaquin model. As can be seen, the local models do not cover the entire project area, but data from them were used to update to the corresponding areas of the Delta groundwater model where they overlap. Since neither the COSANA model or the Eastern San Joaquin model cover the entire project area, they were not able to be used in place of the Delta groundwater model. Next slide, please. Based on review of available models and improvements to the Delta groundwater model, the Delta groundwater model is the best available tool. It incorporates the most recent available local data at the time it was developed, and it includes improvements to the physical representation through refinements to model layering and model properties. And calibration of the Delta groundwater model is improved over the fine grid California Central Valley groundwater surface water simulation model. Next slide, please. This slide shows a couple example calibration hydrographs from figure 8A-34 of the final environmental impact report, Appendix 8A, which is AHO 1056, as I mentioned before. Both figures show simulated heads from the fine grid California Central Valley groundwater surface water simulation model in blue, simulated heads from the Delta groundwater model in green, and the dots represent observed data. The dashed line on the figures shows the ground surface elevation. In both cases, the Delta groundwater model does a better job of representing observed data than C2V Sim fine grid and illustrates the general improvement to the model. Next slide, please. The figure in this slide illustrates the calibration performance of the C2V Sim fine grid model in the area corresponding to the Delta groundwater model. I will explain this figure further on the next slide in reference to the Delta groundwater model. Next slide, please. This slide shows similar information for the Delta groundwater model as shown on the previous slide for C2V Sim fine grid. The blue bars represent the distribution of model residuals or differences between simulated and observed data used for calibration in 10-foot increments. The numbers on top of each bar represent the number of observations within each bin. The red line corresponds to the cumulative distribution of model residuals, and the more upright the red line is, the tighter the distribution of differences between simulated and observed values. The zero line in green on the figure represents what would be a perfect fit between simulated and observed groundwater levels. Values to the right of the green line represent heads simulated higher than observed, and values to the left represent heads simulated lower than observed. As can be seen here, the distribution is relatively evenly balanced around the green zero line and is more balanced than with C2V Sim fine grid. The distribution of residuals as shown by the blue bars is tighter around the zero line, indicating the Delta groundwater model does a better job of representing observed data. The table at the right further illustrates improvements in model calibration, with the average residual being much lower and closer to zero at 1.5 feet compared to C2V Sim fine grid at 24.8 feet. The root mean square error of the Delta groundwater model is smaller at 17.6 feet compared to the root mean square error of C2V Sim fine grid at 49.2 feet. and the percent of simulated results within 30 feet of observed data is higher at 91.2% in the Delta groundwater model compared to 71.2% for the C2V Sim fine grid model. Next slide, please. The Delta groundwater model was also compared with the CASANA model, or the Casumna South American, North American model calibration for the portion of the model extent that overlaps. C2V Sim fine grid is also included here as a reference. On the left, C2V Sim fine grid shows simulated heads are generally higher than observed values. In the middle, the Delta groundwater model shows improved calibration with over 88% of residuals less than 30 feet. As expected, the Casumna South American, North American model does perform slightly better for the overlapping area because it was purposefully built and calibrated for that area, whereas the Delta groundwater model is calibrated focusing on the project area, which the CASANA model does not fully cover. Despite differences in model grid size and layering, the Delta groundwater model still has a comparable calibration to the Casumna South American, North American model in the overlapping area. Next slide, please. The Delta groundwater model was also compared with the Eastern San Joaquin model calibration for the portion of the model extent that overlaps. And C2V Sim is also, again, provided here as a reference. On the left, C2V Sim fine grid shows simulated heads are generally higher than observed values. In the middle, again, the Delta groundwater model shows improved calibration with over 91% of residuals less than 30 feet. As expected, the Eastern San Joaquin model does perform slightly better for the overlapping area because it was purposefully built and calibrated for the area, whereas the Delta groundwater model is calibrated focusing on the project area, and the Eastern San Joaquin model does not fully cover that area. Despite differences in model grid size and layering, the Delta groundwater model still has a very comparable calibration to the Eastern San Joaquin model in the overlapping area. Next slide, please. The Delta groundwater model improves calibration relative to the fine grid California Central Valley groundwater surface water simulation model, which is a state-supported and widely used groundwater model. Delta groundwater model calibration is also comparable with the Casumna South American, North American model and the Eastern San Joaquin model. And therefore, the results of the Delta groundwater model are reliable. Next slide, please. Up to now, I've discussed improvements made to the Delta groundwater model, resulting in a reliable model for use in regional impacts analysis. Now I will discuss how the calibrated model was applied for the alternatives analysis. For the alternatives analysis, the calibrated historical Delta groundwater model was used as the basis for model geometry and aquifer properties. Boundary conditions in the Delta groundwater model 2020 existing conditions were updated to maintain consistency with CalSim 3. This involved updating hydrology, land use, and water deliveries to use CalSim 3 data. This included updating precipitation data from the PRISM model to be consistent with CalSim 3 over the 94-year simulation period. Land use was updated to use information from CalSim Hydro, which is also used in CalSim 3. Surface water outflows and deliveries were also updated using data from CalSim 3. Water demands were updated from historical water demand estimates to a 2020 level of development based on 2015 urban water management plans. Agricultural demands are calculated using land use and historical reference evapotranspiration and crop coefficients. Consistency between model simulations was necessary for comparative analysis to evaluate potential project impacts during operations. Next slide, please. The impacts analysis is a comparative analysis showing changes or differences between a without Delta Conveyance project existing condition and a with Delta Conveyance project alternative. The tunnel is represented as a series of low permeability elements in model layer 3 in the alternative only. The cutoff walls near the intakes are represented as low permeability model elements in layers 1, 2, and 3 in the alternative only. The figure at the right shows the model elements updated to simulate the tunnel alignment. The purple represents the eastern corridor, and the yellow represents the Bethany Reservoir alignment. And the Bethany Reservoir alignment and eastern corridor overlap northward from where they connect. Next slide, please. In all 5 quantitative metrics shown, results from the alternative and baseline simulations of the Delta groundwater model indicate that no impacts occur due to project operations. Next slide, please. Impact groundwater number 1 is related to changes in surface water groundwater interactions due to project operations. A 5% increase in losses or decrease in gains compared to average annual gains and losses was defined as an impact. As a reference point, the historical variations in annual stream gains and losses range from 62% of average to 124% of average. Since stream gains and losses are unable to be measured directly and vary significantly seasonally, annually, and spatially, a small change was selected to be conservative. Based on the model results, the minimum, maximum, and average differences in stream gains or losses between the baseline and alternative models were calculated for 3 different areas: the Sacramento River in purple on the map, the San Joaquin River in green on the map, and the Sassoon Bay, which is on the west side of or on the left side of the figure, largely under the words Sassoon Bay. The largest changes occur along the Sacramento River, and those were only 1.53% with an average difference of 0.52%. All differences are much less than the 5% threshold, which is already a very small change based on the limited ability to measure stream gains and losses over the area where the tunnel alignment exists. Next slide, please. Changes in groundwater elevations could be caused by changes in surface water flows due to diversions from the North Delta intakes and the physical presence of project facilities. Historical groundwater elevations in the Delta fluctuate, so impacts to legal users of water were defined in relation to those historic fluctuations. Since observed groundwater elevations between 1974 and 2015 showed groundwater elevations deviated from mean values at wells by more than 5 feet, 23% of the time, and by more than 15 feet, 5% of the time, an impact due to the project was defined as a change in simulated groundwater elevation of 5 feet for more than 5% of the time relative to existing conditions. This keeps the project-specific changes well within the historical changes in groundwater elevation. Differences were calculated over the entire model area and over the first 3 layers of the Delta groundwater model. The results show no model nodes exceed 4 feet more than 5% of the time. Next slide, please. The presence of the project and changes in surface water flows may affect supply wells, so the impacts analysis established criteria to define when an impact would occur. Since supply wells are production wells, they should be able to accommodate drawdowns at the well. By looking at median and average depths of production wells installed in the statutory delta between 1977 and 2018, it was determined that a reduction of groundwater levels at supply wells due to the project exceeding 20 feet would be significant. This is less than 10% of the average depth of supply wells. The figure on the right side of the slide shows the public land survey system sections where supply wells exist within a 3-mile buffer around the statutory delta boundary. Based on comparative modeling results, no declines near supply wells exceeded 3 feet. This makes sense because no groundwater pumping is occurring as part of the project operations. So changes in groundwater levels would be regional and not expected to create localized cones of depression that would interfere with supply well production. Next slide, please. Changes in long-term groundwater storage due to project operations, if large, could impact legal users of water. Annual changes in groundwater storage in the Delta region vary widely from a decrease of 214,000 acre-feet to an increase of 253,000 acre-feet. Over the historical simulation period, 1974 to 2015, the long-term change in storage is approximately 1,170,000 acre-feet. Since annual fluctuations are approximately 20% of the overall cumulative change in storage over the historical period, a decrease in long-term change in aquifer storage of 5% was defined as an impact. This is conservative due to data limitations in measuring changes in groundwater storage, as well as model uncertainty. Based on the model results, the change in long-term groundwater storage due to the project is negligible. Next slide, please. Agricultural drainage operations are necessary in many Delta islands to remove water from the root zone of crops. As a result, potential changes to agricultural drainage due to project operations could cause impacts to legal users of water if the additional flows exceed the capacity of the drainage systems. Largely, agricultural drainage is unmeasured, so estimates based on calibration on the calibrated Delta groundwater model were used as a basis to understand what changes could cause an impact. A 10% increase in agricultural drainage flows was defined as an impact. Based on modeling results from the Delta groundwater model, the difference in agricultural drainage is negligible at 354 acre-feet per year. This number is within model and data uncertainty to measure. Next slide, please. Land subsidence and degradation of water quality were analyzed qualitatively using changes in groundwater levels from the Delta groundwater model to inform the potential for impacts. Next slide, please. Land subsidence is not directly simulated in the Delta groundwater model, so groundwater level declines from the impact groundwater number 2 were used to define an impact. Groundwater elevation changes in groundwater impact number 2 were defined as less than 5 feet and 5% of the time, and those would reasonably be expected to avoid land subsidence. The preferred alternative does not result in groundwater elevation changes exceeding 5 feet for 5% of the time. In addition, land subsidence due to project operations is unexpected because the project does not include groundwater pumping during operations, and subsidence in the Delta is due to the oxidation of peat soils, not compaction of fine-grained sediment used due to groundwater level declines from groundwater pumping. Next slide, please. Changes in groundwater elevations around known contaminant sites have the potential to cause migration of plumes. As a result, groundwater elevations from impact groundwater number 2 were used to qualitatively infer the potential for the migration of plumes. In addition, groundwater elevations were used to qualitatively infer the potential for inward migration of higher salinity water from the Delta. The figure on the right side of the slide shows contours of head changes and compares those to known contaminant sites. Based on this data, no water quality impacts are expected to occur from project operations, since changes in regional flow patterns are very small. Next slide, please. To summarize the impacts analysis for project operations, all impacts analyzed do not result in impacts to legal users of water. The definitions of impacts are reasonable because they are based on historical data and conditions and reflect the expected accuracy and uncertainty of the available data. Next slide, please. To summarize my opinions one more time, the Delta Conveyance project construction activities will not impact legal users of water. Mitigation measures will ensure there are not construction impacts. The Delta groundwater model is an appropriate model to evaluate potential regional impacts to groundwater and legal users of water. Because there are not significant changes due to the project in stream gains or losses, groundwater elevations, reduction in groundwater levels affecting supply wells, long-term changes in groundwater storage, or increases in groundwater elevations near the Delta Conveyance project intakes that will impact agricultural drainage, there are no impacts to legal users of water. And there will be no impacts from subsidence or groundwater quality degradation due to the Delta Conveyance project. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. And Ms. Carroll, my guess is that Mr. Fitzhugh does not have a summary of testimony since it was so short.
That's correct. He's here to support Mr. Singh.
Wonderful, thank you. So I believe with that, we are ready to move to cross-examination. I would like to get started. I realize it's 11:37, but let's go ahead and get started, which means I think Ms. Proofer, if we can please bring Ms. Proofer up to panelist. And thank you for raising your hand. And with that, Ms. Proofer, good morning, and you may ask your questions of these witnesses.
Thank you, Officer Kenzie. I'd like to direct most of my questions specifically to Dr. Preece. Subsequent counsel will be asking questions of the other members of that panel, if that is all right with Dr. Preece.
Yeah.
Dr. Preece, you have 9 years of experience working on water quality projects in the Delta. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of those 9 years, how many years have you worked for DWR?
Just over 2.
And you're currently a DWR employee, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Preece, you led the preparation of Chapter 9 on water quality of the draft EIR. Is that correct?
Co-led, but yes, that's correct.
And provided technical assistance with the preparation of the final EIR. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. Preece, have you served as an expert witness in a proceeding before?
Yes.
When was that?
I did in the water fix hearing.
Thank you. And was that while you were employed by DWR?
No.
Dr. Preece, have you ever provided testimony that cut against DWR's approval of a project?
Objection, argumentative, vague and ambiguous as to cuts again.
And can you refine what you mean by cut against?
Sure. Dr. Preece, have you ever provided testimony that did not support DWR's project approval?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to project approval.
Overruled.
I guess I need additional clarification on what exactly you're referring to.
Did you ever provide testimony that had evidence that would have not supported DWR's project?
Not that I'm aware of, but this is only my second time providing testimony.
Thank you, understood. Dr. Preece, I would like to ask you about some of the assumptions in your methods and the implications of those assumptions on your analysis. Your assessment relied on water quality modeling outputs from Calcim 3 and DSM 2, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to confirm my understanding, to analyze the potential water quality impacts of the DCP, you compared the outputs of the model between the DCP scenario and the existing condition scenario, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does the modeling you relied on for your analysis include any climate change assumptions?
I would like to refer any modeling questions to Mr. Singh.
Dr. Preece, if I asked you in your knowledge as you were preparing the analysis of your water quality, the analysis of water quality impacts, were you aware of any climate change assumptions in your models?
My written and oral testimony is providing existing conditions at 2020 and compared to the Delta Conveyance project, the same time period.
Thank you. So to confirm my understanding, your analysis does not include any climate change assumptions.
Not that I presented in the testimony for this hearing.
Dr. Priest, the model you relied on uses data from 1923 to 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Between 2015 and today, in your expert opinion, do you think that California has experienced new records of extremes in temperatures?
I can't speak to temperatures in Paris. I'm not aware.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit for me. Can you repeat what you said, Dr. Priest?
I'm not aware of differences in temperatures across the state since 2015.
Thank you. And how about precipitation? Are you aware of any changes in precipitation in California since 2015?
It's a very broad question. Maybe you could refine it more, exactly what you're looking for.
Has California experienced new records of precipitation since 2015, in your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I'd like to pull up DTEC 016, please. Thank you. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with this document?
No.
Dr. Priest, can you confirm, just by looking at this title page, that this document was created by the California Department of Water Resources Office of the State Climatologist?
According to the page you're showing me, yes.
Thank you. Can we go to page 2, please? PDF page 2. Thank you. The first sentence of page 2 states that, it's a little small for me, one second.
I think we're gonna, there we go.
Thank you. The first sentence of the executive summary on that first column states that water year 2022 set new records in extremes and variability in both temperature and precipitation. Is that correct? Is that what it states, Dr. Priest?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Well, as I stated, I don't think I'm familiar with this document, but the first sentence reads as you stated it.
Thank you. And a little bit further down the paragraph, it states that the water year ended with 48% of average precipitation statewide, making it the second driest year in 126 years of record. Do you see that? Is that correctly what it states?
I don't know what you just read. I don't know where you are on the page.
Let me find it for you, one second. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Priest, that is for my next exhibit. I apologize. Can we pull up DTEC 17, please? Thank you. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with this document?
I don't recall if I have seen this before or not.
Okay. Just by looking at this title page, can you confirm that this document was created by the California Department of Water Resources Office of State Climatologist?
That is what the page states. Yes.
Thank you. Can we go to page 2, please? Again, the executive summary. The first two sentences state water year 2021 added to the climate change narrative with extreme dryness leading to record-setting drought conditions. In both precipitation and temperature, there were new extremes with a record dry and warm spring being most notable. And then it states the water year ended with 48% of average precipitation statewide, making it the second driest year in 126 years of record. Is that correctly what it states, Dr. Priest?
Yes, on a statewide basis, that is what it states.
Thank you. Considering the 2021 and 2022 hydroclimate reports that we just looked at, in your expert opinion, Dr. Priest, is it possible that your water quality analysis could have been different had these extreme temperature and precipitation events been considered?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, but you can, based on your expertise and experience, Dr. Priest.
Well, what I'd like to say is you're providing a statewide, and there are extreme variability across the state. So I just think that's important to keep in mind.
Dr. Priest, do you agree that temperature and precipitation events have been more extreme since 2015 based on these two documents?
Once again, I want to clarify that this document says across the entire state, and there are extreme hydrologic variations across the state.
So just to confirm my understanding, Dr. Priest, across the state since 2015, there have been extremes in temperature and precipitation in California. Is that correct?
Asked and answered. Document speaks for itself.
Go ahead and answer, and then it'll be time to move on. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
You repeat the question.
Is it, to confirm my understanding, Dr. Priest, is it correct that on a statewide basis since 2015, there have been extremes in temperature and precipitation in California?
I want to reiterate that I have not looked at this document before you put it on the screen just now, and I just don't feel confident talking about it further until I've read it in more detail.
Thank you. I'll move on. Dr. Priest, does the modeling represent the conditions as they will exist when the DCP becomes operational?
Objection calls for speculation.
You try that question again, Ms. Proofer.
Dr. Priest, can your model predict the conditions as they will exist when the DCP becomes operational?
Not my model, but I'm going to refer modeling questions to Mr. Singh.
Yes, if I can add to the response here. So as part of the EIR, we did an analysis looking at 2040, where we looked at latest available global climate models and generated a future scenario 2040 central tendency, and also another scenario using a different set of climate models for 2040 median. And we also incorporate the sea level rise at 2040. So we do have modeling in the EIR that looks at 2040 with and without project, and analysis that Dr. Priest presented today focused on the existing conditions model, but a similar analysis is available for 2040, looking at changes in water quality with and without project in the EIR.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. So to confirm my understanding, Dr. Priest's analysis did not consider climate change assumptions, but there are some of those assumptions are baked into the analysis in the final EIR. Is that correct?
What Dr. Priest presented today did not include results from climate change scenario. But in the EIR, there were chapters and appendices that looked at, that was worked by the water quality team that looked at 2040 with and without project with climate change. So there is analysis that shows, similar to what we have for existing conditions in the EIR.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Dr. Priest, to confirm, you did not attempt to make projections for 2040. That is correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Let's clarify. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
Not in the testimony that I'm presenting for this hearing.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, in your analysis of potential DCP impacts on water quality, did you consider the interactions with other pending California water projects?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to other projects calls for speculation, incomplete, hypothetical.
Ms. Proofer, what other projects are you referring to?
Dr. Priest, in your analysis of the DCP impacts, did you consider the interactions with the site's reservoir project?
Not in the testimony that I'm presenting today for this hearing.
So just to confirm, none of your analysis considers the cumulative effects of water diversions by the DCP in combination with the site's reservoir project.
There is a cumulative assessment in the EIR. I'm not prepared to speak to that today, though. It's not in my testimony for this hearing.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, in your expert opinion, is it possible that your water quality analysis that you presented in your testimony could have been different if you'd considered those cumulative effects of the diversions of the DCP in combination with site's reservoir?
Objection, speculation.
Dr. Priest, based on your knowledge, you can caveat your response, but please go ahead.
My opinions presented in my testimony are based on best available information and modeling tools that were available for this analysis.
Dr. Priest, that means that could have your analysis been different had you considered the interacting effects of the projects? Yes or no?
I think I've already answered the question, but as I mentioned, there is a cumulative assessment in the EIR that I'm not prepared to speak in detail about today.
But not in your testimony, is that correct? That analysis is not.
Objection asked and answered.
I think we've been through this, Ms. Proofer. Let's move on.
Okay. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with what temporary urgency change petitions are?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that temporary urgency change petition orders, which I'll refer to as TUCOs, temporarily modify the terms of water rights permits and licenses?
I am not an expert on the
Dr. Priest, are you aware that TUCOs are temporary actions in times of drought that temporarily suspend water rights holders from their obligations to meet permit requirements?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Ms. Proofer, maybe try that question again, because temporary urgency change orders can do a lot of things that may be sometimes some of them, but can you be more specific?
Sure, Dr. Priest, I'm trying to understand whether the impacts of the temporary urgency change orders were included in the modeling that you used for your water quality analysis.
Not that I'm aware of, but I will defer that question to Mr. Singh.
Could you repeat your question, please?
The impacts of the temporary urgency change orders included in the modeling that Dr. Priest used for her water quality analysis.
So the modeling that the results that Dr. Priest presented today, the modeling was done for the final EIR, looking at existing conditions, and that modeling did not include PUCPs in the model. And the reason for that is that it's pretty speculative to assume in the model at what years those PUCPs will be implemented and what the conditions would be. In general, if you look at the project operations, as I discussed in my testimony earlier, it is primarily diverting water when we have high flows during winter period. So in times when we have PUCPs in dry conditions, typically there are low flows and exports are limited to health and safety. So in those conditions, it's very unlikely that DCP would be operated. So that's the reason we didn't include the speculation in terms of when they will happen, what the conditions would be, and given how we are proposing to operate this project, whether it was necessary to do that for existing conditions.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Priest. Or Mr. Singh, apologies. Dr. Priest, the modeling you use for your water quality analysis relies on the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan objectives. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Ms. Carroll, can you clarify, please?
Hold on one second. Go ahead. It misstates the written testimony.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but just, Dr. Priest, can you clarify which water quality objectives you were addressing in your testimony? Let's start with that question.
Yes, those implemented by D 1641.
And I'll hand it back to you, Ms. Proofer.
Thank you, Officer Kenzie. Dr. Priest, is it true that D 1641 implemented the responsibility of water rights holders to meet the objectives in the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's fair. Sustained.
Dr. Priest, are you aware that the objectives in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan for the Sacramento River and its tributaries that were implemented by D 1641 were last updated in 1995?
I believe so.
And is it, are you aware that D 1641 was last revised in the year 2000?
I don't recall the exact year that it was.
I'd like to pull up DTEC 018. Dr. Priest, have you seen this document before?
Possibly. I'm not familiar with the contents of it, though, at least in-depthly.
Dr. Priest, this is a document prepared by the State Water Resources Control Board in 2017 on the scientific basis in support of a new and modified requirement for the Sacramento River and its tributaries. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
The document speaks for itself.
Overruled. I think we're just trying to lay a foundation with the witness if she understands what the document is. So, Dr. Priest, I know you said you weren't particularly familiar with the document, but can you identify it based on the title?
Yeah. Title and the cover page on the screen.
It's a little bit hard for me to hear you, Dr. Priest. I didn't hear that last sentence.
I see the cover page of the document on the screen.
Can you confirm that the title of this document, or that this document is the scientific basis report in support of new and modified requirements for inflows from the Sacramento River and its tributaries?
That is what the title states.
Thank you. I'd like to direct you to PDF page 27, please. Thank you. And I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of the page under 1.2.2, where it states, it is widely recognized that the Bay Delta ecosystem is in a state of crisis. Can you confirm that that's what it states?
That section lacks foundation. Also relevance, the document speaks for itself.
Overruled.
The same as you read it.
I'm sorry, Dr. Priest, I think your microphone didn't work there. Can you repeat that, please?
The sentence reads the way that it was just read.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement, Dr. Priest?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical, assumes facts not in evidence.
I think that's fair. Let's move on, Ms. Proofer.
We can pull down this document. Thank you.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, it is currently noon. As we're switching exhibits, would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Well, let me turn to Ms. Proofer. I don't know whether you have this is a convenient time, or we can keep going for another 15 or so minutes if that would be preferable. I'll leave it to you.
I think I have about 3 questions left in this topic, and then it would be a good breaking point if that
Great.
works.
Let's do that.
Thank you.
Dr. Priest, are you aware that the board is considering new water quality standards in the Sacramento River and its tributaries?
Aware of potential updates to the Bay Delta plan? That's what you're asking?
Yes, so you are aware. Sorry, I missed the first part of the sentence. You are aware, Dr. Priest?
I am aware of potential Bay Delta plan updates.
Thank you. Sorry to ask you to repeat yourself. I couldn't hear the first part of your sentence. In your expert opinion, Dr. Priest, could your water quality analysis change if D1641 were no longer the operative regulations?
Incomplete hypothetical.
Can you be more specific, Ms. Proofer? I think that's, what do you mean by change, for one?
Dr. Priest, you agree that there is a pending update to the Bay Delta plan, correct?
Yes.
Answer.
And do you agree that D1641 is the implementing regulation for the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, misstates testimony, assumes facts not in evidence.
I think we've been through this part, Ms. Proofer, and I understanding you're sort of backing up to ask the question, but maybe let's get to the part about your question with respect to potential updates to the Bay Delta plan and how that might affect Dr. Priest's analysis. I think that's where you were going.
Yeah, and Dr. Priest, I think my question is simple. My understanding is that you rely on D1641 for your water quality analysis. If those regulations were no longer the operative regulations for water quality objectives in the Delta, would your analysis change?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think that's fair, Ms. Proofer. Try it again, but if you can be more specific, I think, in what you mean by change and updates to the plan.
Dr. Priest, if the water quality control plan standards were changed, it is possible that your water quality analysis would change. Is that correct?
Same objection.
I think I'm going to overrule. I mean, we're trying to, I don't want to, Dr. Priest, to the extent you can answer the question, if you would, please.
Is it possible to clarify what standards? I think that would help the record and
one specifically.
Yes.
That would be okay. Let's do that. Ms. Proofer, can you pick a water quality standard that we can talk about?
We can trying to find the right page.
We can also, you do have the advantage, we can also come back to it after lunch. So there are benefits to having a lunch break in the middle of cross-exam.
Let's do that so that I can find the correct page to come back to this. Thank you, Officer Kinsey.
Great. With that, I will look to the room. Is there anything we should address before we break for lunch? Otherwise, let's come back at 1 o'clock. All right. Seeing no hands, I will see you. If you would please stay in the room, that's helpful to us, and I will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It is 1 o'clock. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yeah, yes, ready to go.
Great, thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll and we have 3 of our witnesses and Ms. Proofer and our other witness. Wonderful. Before we jump back with Ms. Proofer, I have a question that it's from the hearing team, and I'll direct it to Mr. Singh, but this is also for you, Ms. Carroll, because it's a question about what's in the record, and if not, can we get it? It's going to be the setup here. But Mr. Singh, the question from my hearing team, and I'm going to refer to a specific exhibit. Let me pull it up here so I can make sure I get this right. My understanding is that there's detailed information about the model runs that were used for the FEIR in Appendix 5A, Section B, Attachment 3, which I understand is the Modeling Technical Appendix, and it's identified as AHO 1033. And I don't know, we can certainly bring that up, or maybe you are familiar with it off the top of your head. I'm not sure. But my question is going to be whether there is similar information about the ITP related model runs, and if in the record, and if so, where we might find those.
We did submit additional modeling in response to a Public Records Act request and served that upon the service list, but I'm not sure if that was moved into the record.
We have it. It's on the FTP site. So we do have that. Is that, Mr. Singh, I don't know if do you have anything to add to that?
So I'm sorry, which attachment were you referring to?
It is, and maybe, Ms. Mullen, can we bring up AHO 1033? That might be the easiest way. And I'm asking for it out of the blue, so I appreciate it. So Mr. Singh, this is at least the cover page. I don't know if there's anything else, if this refreshes your memory, or if there's anything else you'd like to see about what was in this particular attachment.
Yeah, so I do, this does refresh my memory. So your question was, do we have something similar for the ITP modeling?
Correct.
So for the ITP modeling, what we have submitted so far is sensitivity studies. That is part of my testimony, where we looked at updated criteria, updated baseline, and did some runs. So my testimony has kind of a summary of those results. And then also we submitted, I believe, the modeling results from CalSim and DSM-2 that are also part of the record. But in terms of like detailed tables like these, there's nothing similar that exists for ITP.
Okay. And so I guess I won't ask this out of the blue. That seems a little unfair, but Ms. Carroll, you can anticipate we may have a request for tables similar to these. And you probably don't know well, I don't know. You tell me off the top of your head how much that work that entails. And I'd like to hear about whether that's an easy request or what the extent of that request is. But I will look to you maybe later once you have a chance to talk with the appropriate people who might know, and maybe we can return to that question. I think that makes sense. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense. I was just going to say, could I have a little time to get to the people that would make these tables for us, and I'll make sure that I get a time frame for you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Singh. I really appreciate that. With that, I will turn back
That's you, so I can't do it. I'm trying to get up.
All right. With that, I think we can turn back. Is that on my end? I'm not sure where that's. All right, we'll try again. Ms. Proofer, back to you for questions for these witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, is it correct that your testimony today does not incorporate any water quality objectives that are being considered by the board in its proposed update to the Bay Delta Plan?
That is, and I also want to clarify for the record that my technical report considers the objectives in the 1995 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. But it also uses the 2006 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, and the objectives are the same in both documents for electrical conductivity and chloride. You can find that information relating to which Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plans I used for my testimony in 402 and 403 on pages 2 and 3.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. I would like to direct you to your testimony, page 7, lines 6 through 7. I just wanted to ask, is it to confirm that from July through January, on a long-term average basis, you found that there was a modeled monthly average electrical conductivity of 9% higher with the DCP for the Sacramento River at Edmonton? Is that correct?
Could you please pull up the exhibit?
So that is, I believe, let's pull up the testimony. Ms. Mullen, I believe that's DWR 400. And Ms. Proofer, can you state the page again, please?
Yeah, page 7, PDF
Thank
page
you.
7, lines 6 through 7. Do you see it, Dr. Priest?
Yeah.
So modeled monthly average electrical conductivity from July through January on a long-term average basis is 9% higher with the DCP for the Sacramento River at Edmonton. Is that correct?
Yeah, could you just please scroll up a page just so I can orient myself? Okay, thank you. So that's on a long-term average monthly basis, a modeled monthly average.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, in your expert opinion, what's the significance of a 9% increase?
It is my opinion that the Delta Conveyance project will continue to comply with the water quality objectives, both with the project and without the project.
Dr. Priest, how do you define significance?
I don't believe that I used that term in this document. How are you referring to it?
I was asking you, Dr. Priest, whether a 9% difference in electrical conductivity would be significant at all.
Well, significance is based on statistics, but for that, you know, the project is going to comply with the water quality objectives that are April through August 15th.
And this 9% difference, Dr. Priest, is a modeled monthly average. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can the modeling be 100% accurate?
The model is used in a comparative fashion. So I'm comparing the Delta Conveyance project to existing conditions.
So is the modeled monthly average impacted by potential modeling error that can exist in the model?
Can't speak to about the model.
Sorry, what was the first part of your sentence? I couldn't hear it.
I can't speak specific about the model. Modeling questions could be referred to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, this is Mr. Singh. I do want to add that yes, some of the results that Dr. Priest is sharing are monthly averages, but in terms of calculating compliance with D1641 standards, we use daily data, and depending on the standard, whether it's the 14-day average or a monthly average, we use the daily data to determine the incremental changes with our project.
Is it?
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
So just to confirm, so the calcium is a monthly model. Monthly output is coming from calcium that is going into delta simulation model, which is looking at hydrodynamics and changes in water quality in the delta based on tidal conditions and input from calcium. And that is being simulated on a 15-minute time step. And when we generate output, we do have daily output as well as monthly output. Looking at compliance with D1641, we use the daily output from DSM-2 to look at compliance with project and without project, and looking at if there's any incremental changes.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Dr. Priest, I'd like to direct you to your testimony, so the same document that's currently pulled up, page 8, paragraph 17. Dr. Priest, this is your electrical conductivity analysis, part of your electrical conductivity analysis, correct?
Yes.
In lines 3 through 6, you claim the modeled exceedances in electrical conductivity objectives with the DCP are attributable to the monthly time step of calcium 3 as opposed to the 15-minute time step of DSM-2. Is that correct?
That's what is stated.
Then lines 7 through 9 of this page, you state, while calcium 3 simulates operations on a monthly time step, actual decisions associated with real-time system operators are conducted on a daily time step. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So to confirm my understanding, Dr. Priest, calcium 3 operates on a monthly time step, DSM-2 operates in a 15-minute time step, and then actual decisions associated with real-time system operations are conducted daily. Is that correct?
Yes, operators can make decisions in real time and ensure compliance with the water quality objectives.
Can you be certain that the modeled exceedances in electrical conductivity is attributable to the differences in modeling timeframes between calcium 3, DSM-2, and actual daily decisions?
I'll let Mr. Singh answer that question.
Yes, so as Dr. Priest mentioned in our testimony, calcium is a monthly model that is making decisions on a monthly time step to meet, flow requirements or salinity in the delta. And that information is going into DSM-2, which is simulating it on a 15-minute time step. So in terms of, there's a mismatch in terms of time step because, you're taking the monthly flows and going into DSM-2 where we're looking at, sub-monthly time step. And a lot of the standards that we have, sometimes they do change within a month. So since calcium is a monthly model, we have to make some kind of approximation for the whole month to come up with a standard. So those are the kind of modeling artifacts that, can lead to some of the exceedances that we're seeing, even in the existing conditions without the project. But the goal really here is to use this in a comparative mode where we are simulating conditions without the project and then with the project. And if you look at those incremental changes, those changes are very small. So that's the main point that I would like to make is we're using comparative. We know there are some issues in terms of time steps in the model, limitations, but the operators do have, real-time decisions that they make on a daily basis. So I think what Dr. Priest indicated was that those exceedances that we see in the model are essentially modeling artifacts.
this could be a question for Dr. Priest or Mr. Singh, but just referring back to lines 3 to 6 on this page 8, shown currently on the Zoom. Can you be certain that the 1% lower ability for the delta electrical conductivities to be met with DCP operators is fully attributable to this difference in times used for the model? Different modeling timeframes, is this different? Can this difference be fully attributed to that?
Yes, based on looking at the results, it is. But again, the difference is what we're looking at is a comparative analysis. So with and without project, and the differences and exceedances are used in the comparative mode, not as an absolute number to predict future.
Just to confirm my understanding, this analysis is to see whether the DCP would have any significant impacts on electrical conductivity. Is that correct?
The purpose of the analysis is to see if there would be adverse impacts to legal users or not comply with beneficial use requirements.
Can this 1% difference be attributable to anything else besides the modeling error?
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Singh, do you have anything to add?
Yeah.
I would like to ask about cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms next. Dr. Priest, to assess how the DCP could affect cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta, you analyzed 5 main drivers: water temperature, velocity, residence time, nutrients, and water quality, irradiance, and clarity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did not analyze any other drivers. Is that correct?
Qualitatively, I considered a number of different impact blooms in my testimony, but those were the 5 primary drivers that I analyzed.
Is that because there are no other drivers of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Those are the 5 primary drivers that cause blooms to form. And there's modeling available to be able to compare those drivers under existing conditions to the project, the Delta Conveyance project.
Dr. Priest, do you agree that higher flows generally result in a lower incidence of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Where are you referring to?
I'm not referring to your testimony specifically, Dr. Priest. I'm asking if you, in your experience as an environmental scientist, if it is true, whether higher flows generally result in lower incidence of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms.
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. Ms. Proofer, can you identify a particular location?
Here, let me actually try something else. Can you pull up, please, DTEC 022? Dr. Priest, are you familiar with this document?
Can you scroll down so I can see the author? Yes, I'm familiar.
This is a article in the journal Hydrobiologia about harmful algal blooms. I'd like to direct you to page 2. Second column, first full sentence of that column where it states low stream flow and high water temperature were strongly correlated with the seasonal violation of microcystis cell density. Is that correct? That is what it states?
Yes, but I would need to scroll down and see the map they're talking about, because the question that you asked is quite broad. There are a lot of different areas throughout the delta that have different hydrology.
Could you please scroll up to the title on page 2, just a little? This is specifically for the San Francisco estuary.
I understand that, but the estuary is a very complex, and there's a lot of different localized habitats within the estuary. So you can't make a general conclusion about the entire estuary.
We can pull this document down, thank you. Dr. Priest, is it correct that water temperature is influenced by flow? Can it be influenced by flow?
In the delta?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location and amount of flow.
Go ahead, Dr. Priest. You can overrule, but you can caveat as necessary in your professional experience.
What I have read about the delta is that water temperatures are driven primarily by atmospheric temperatures.
Dr. Priest, can velocity be influenced by flow?
That's one factor that can impact velocity in the delta, yeah. Tides can also impact velocity.
Can water quality, irradiance, and clarity be influenced by flow?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled. You can caveat if you need to in terms of location.
It's a broad question. It's difficult to answer with the way that it's currently framed. In the Sacramento River in the winter months, there's a lot of turbidity that can block more light, like after a first storm event.
Dr. Priest, I don't understand. Can you clarify, is it possible that water quality, irradiance, and clarity are influenced by flow in the delta?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to influence.
Overruled. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
I think I need more information to answer your question.
What kind location? What would be the elements that would influence that would?
Yeah, when are we discussing? Where are we discussing? What's high? What are high flows? What does that mean?
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. If I gave you Discovery Bay, is it possible that in Discovery Bay, water quality, irradiance, and clarity is influenced by flow?
I'm not aware of any research that has looked at that question in Discovery Bay, but Discovery Bay has very long residence time.
Dr. Priest, is residence time influenced by flow?
Once again, that depends on where you are discussing in the delta. There are multiple different habitat types across the delta that are influenced differently by flow.
And Dr. Priest, is it possible that the DCP could impact flow in the delta? Did you cover that in your testimony?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to timing, location, what you mean by impact.
overruled. You can please respond to the best of your knowledge.
I provided I think a thorough analysis of velocities, which is what causes water to be turbulent in a specific area, and I found little to no difference in velocity across the different assessment sites with the proposed project compared to existing conditions.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. You did not specifically analyze flow, is that correct?
I looked at velocity for the testimony that I presented.
So no, you did not look at flow.
Not in the testimony that I presented for this hearing.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, to confirm, did you analyze the location of X2 or salinity on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
It did not use do analysis in my testimony specifically.
But you did consider known information about cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta reported in scientific literature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct you to DWR 00431, please. This is an exhibit introduced by DWR into evidence and is the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Do you recognize this document, Dr. Priest?
Yes, I'm the lead author of it.
Thank you. I'd like to direct you to PDF page 35. It says, I'm trying to find exactly, so it's in the very beginning of the paragraph. It says, knowing when and where cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms will form is very difficult. And then you state negative drivers may include salinity, which may limit the distribution of cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom event to the freshwater and low salinity reaches of the San Francisco estuary. Is this an accurate description of what it says?
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to contest that statement?
No.
Does this statement suggest that salinity is a factor that can affect HABs?
HABs do not grow as well in highly saline environments, or cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, to clarify. They grow best in low salinity environments.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. And to confirm, you did not look at salinity specifically in your analysis, in your testimony, correct?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what portion of the testimony we're discussing.
All right, I can jump in here. I recognize that. The part of your testimony about HABs, you did not specifically look at salinity as a factor, correct, Dr. Priest?
I considered it in my analysis. I did not include a modeling comparison, but it does mention salinity in my analysis.
Can you point me to where you mentioned salinity in your testimony with respect to HABs?
It would be in the tech report and some negative drivers of HABs. I'd have to have a few minutes to find the exact location.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. Dr. Priest, we can put down this exhibit, please. Thank you. Dr. Priest, you focused your analysis of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms on the delta locations that have been part of state delta monitoring programs and that have been identified as primary bloom areas. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it's important to note that they met both conditions so that monitoring data was available, and then also that blooms have been observed in those areas.
Is it correct that you only modeled cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms at the locations you identified in your direct examination? For example, you only looked at the 9 locations for nutrients and irradiance.
To clarify, I did not model cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms because the model is not available to model the blooms specifically, but I used modeling results for the primary environmental factors to compare how cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms could be impacted by the project.
Thank you. And that was, you only looked at those at the locations identified in your direct examination. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it ranged from 9 to 15 locations, depending on which factor we're discussing.
So you did not consider cyanobacteria hab formation outside of these selected locations?
I think that these locations are a good surrogate for harmful algal blooms across the delta.
Dr. Priest, DWR's environmental monitoring program is one of the state delta monitoring programs that you refer to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How are the locations in DWR's environmental monitoring program identified?
Those are compliance locations. Most of them are compliance locations with B1641.
Dr. Priest, were tribes consulted in the selection of those locations?
I do not know the exact answer to that, but I know that all information provided by the tribes, though, was considered in Chapter 32 of the EIR.
How were the primary bloom areas identified?
Based on known information from environmental monitoring program results, based on peer-reviewed literature in the Delta, and then based on my own experience working in the Delta.
Do the selected locations that you analyzed account for areas of important use for your tribes?
As I mentioned previously, I did not consult with tribes for the water quality chapter, but the tribes were consulted by other groups, and their information that they provided is in Chapter 32. And then further, DWR doesn't define what constitutes a beneficial use or standard to tribes. The State Water Board sets that, and then we comply with those objectives.
Do the selected locations you analyze account for areas of important recreational use?
I believe at least some of them do.
And are you aware that recreation is a designated beneficial use for the Delta?
I'm aware of that.
Would you agree that cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms over the past 5 years have periodically impaired the exercise of certain designated beneficial uses of Delta waterways?
I'm not clear where you're talking about, and there's no standards for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms specifically, so.
Do you agree that cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrence have impaired the ability for Delta residents to engage in water-based activities, recreation in the central Delta?
Calls for speculation.
You can respond to the extent you're aware, Dr. Priest.
I'm not aware of any specific examples.
I'd like to please pull up DTEC 023. This was sent in a subsequent email. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with this document?
No.
This is a news advisory from the California State Water Resources Control Board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you please scroll down just a little bit, still on this page? Yeah, this is good. Thank you. This news advisory encouraged visitors to stay out of the water, to not eat fish, and to not use water for drinking or cooking, correct?
Yes, and but this is not the project. The Conveyance project is, I showed no substantial changes at Discovery Bay under those that occur under existing conditions.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, is it possible to know whether the primary bloom locations, and we can put this down. Apologies. Dr. Priest, is it possible to know whether the primary bloom locations you analyzed will be the primary bloom locations in 20 years when the DCP becomes operational?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to allow it. I think the question was, is it possible to know? So go ahead.
Well, if we want to use Discovery Bay as an example, it has a long history of having blooms. So I could speculate that they will continue at that location.
In your expert opinion, are cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms spreading in their geographic extent year after year in the Delta?
I think that scientists are considering that, and I think that is occurring worldwide, but I can't provide a specific example of the location where that has happened specifically.
Dr. Priest, is it possible that in your expert opinion that cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms currently form outside of the locations that you analyzed, including elsewhere in the Central Delta?
Blooms do form in other locations beyond the representative locations that I included in my testimony.
Just to clarify my understanding, in your opinion, is monitoring in the selected locations in the Delta sufficient to identify all current or likely future cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom occurrences?
Besides the environmental monitoring program and a select handful of other monitoring programs, there is no comprehensive monitoring program for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta. It's often responsive monitoring.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, you focused your analysis on the effects of the DCP operations on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms in the Delta from June through October. Is that correct?
No, it's June through November.
So you analyzed cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms from June through November.
Is that correct?
Is that because cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms are not present in the Delta in other months?
That's the primary period when blooms can form. Can occasionally be blooms or small areas of cyanobacteria in May.
Water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius is a factor that influences cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a temperature of when we would first expect to see cyanobacteria cells.
Thank you. Can the month of May experience water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius?
Depends which location you're referring to.
In the locations you analyzed, did you see water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius besides from June through November?
Well, I did not analyze temperature outside of that period, but I would say generally in most locations, the temperatures begin to warm up in May to June. Doesn't mean that there's not a few backwater shallow areas that don't warm up before that.
Is it possible that climate change will impact how early in the year water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius occur?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. Try the question in a different way, Ms. Proofer.
In your expert opinion, as an environmental scientist, is it possible that climate change will impact how early in the year water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius occur?
Same objection.
It's sustained. It is speculative.
Dr. Priest, did you account for the fact that climate change may impact how early in the year water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius occurs?
Will you repeat the question?
Did you account for the fact that climate change may impact how early in the year water temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius occur?
So my testimony is comparative, and I'm using existing conditions which were set in 2020 and comparing the project to that time, which I mentioned earlier, and the climate change scenarios that were modeled. Mr. Singh can answer those questions.
Thank you. So the answer is no, you did not account for it.
I think that it's speculative to determine when or what year climate change would cause such temperatures to occur. It's highly speculative.
Thank you. In your testimony, page 17, it might be helpful to pull it up.
That's DWR 400.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. It's not it's 404 is what I'm referring to. DWR 404. Thank you. Page 17, please. PDF, page 17. In lines 19 through 20, you mentioned that optimal cyanobacteria growth usually occurs between 25 degrees Celsius and 35 degrees Celsius. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Under existing conditions, when cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms occur at the location studied in your analysis, are water temperatures between 25 and 35 degrees Celsius?
I have in my testimony, I believe if you scroll down, that in most areas of the Delta, or at least the environmental monitoring program locations, that temperatures remain below 25, and it's only in peripheral areas of the Delta that have shallow water and little water movement that you generally exceed that 25 degrees Celsius. I think it's on the next page that I make that statement. If you keep scrolling down. Okay, you're there. So if you look at line 22, says water temperatures commonly exceed 23 degrees Celsius in Delta waterways. During July through September, dead-end sloughs and marinas are more susceptible to higher absolute temperatures than surface water temperatures. From July to September at these locations may range from 25 to 28 degrees Celsius or warmer.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. Do cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms occur under these existing conditions?
Where are you speaking to? What location are you referring to?
For example, we can go to PDF page 44, table temp 7. This is for the deep water ship channel. Here, this table shows that average temperatures under existing conditions never exceed 70.4 Fahrenheit. Is that correct?
Those are monthly average temperatures. I also have daily temperatures in the figures below. It's a monthly average that you're referring to.
But is it correct, Dr. Priest, that you have identified large persistent microcystis blooms in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel?
In some years, especially at the terminus of the channel, not necessarily throughout the entire Deepwater Ship Channel, but not in every year, even when the temperatures are warm.
Did those blooms occur when the temperature was between 25 and 35 degrees Celsius?
Generally, yes.
Did your analysis capture the fact that climate change could impact how frequently water temperatures are above the optimal cyanobacteria growth range of between 25 and 35 degrees Celsius?
I think you asked that earlier, but there is some climate change, 2040 at least, analysis of temperature in the FEIR. We'd have to pull those figures open to look at them.
I'm asking you about your testimony, your water quality analysis testimony.
Okay, well, I stated before, this is 2020. It's a comparative analysis, and so I'm looking at the project compared to existing conditions in 2020.
But you agree that the conditions in 2040 might be different than the conditions in 2020, is that correct?
Objection calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous as two conditions. Also, I'm wondering about the relevance of this line of questioning, given that there's no change in between the existing conditions and the Delta project in temperature.
Let's go back with respect to vague as to conditions. I think that's fair, Ms. Proofer, to clarify what you mean by conditions here. I'm going to allow the line of questioning, although I understand the point Dr. Priest is making about the comparative nature of the model runs. So I don't know how long this should go on, but Ms. Proofer, back to you.
We can move on.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, you conclude that we can put this down too. Thank you so much. Dr. Priest, you conclude that none of the 5 factors you analyzed would be substantially affected by the DCP in the northern, southern, western, or eastern delta. Is that correct?
That is what I concluded.
How do you define substantially affected?
I considered best available scientific information and looked at the modeling results and compared them to the results that occur under existing conditions and made a professional judgment and then formed my opinion.
Is there a numerical threshold for significance?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which factor.
Which factor, you mean which element, what the changing condition? Sorry, Ms. Morris, I didn't follow that.
I think she was asking about the 5 in one question, all of the 5 factors that were considered, and I was unclear as to which numerical, which one she was asking for a numerical comparison.
Maybe Ms. Proofer, I'm not sure you need to
Good.
restate it, but at least say it again, because I didn't follow the question. Thank you.
Dr. Priest, in your testimony, so on DWR 00400, page 21, we can pull it up if it's helpful. In lines 9 through 11, you concluded that all 5 factors would not be substantially affected by the DCP in the northern, southern, western, or eastern delta. And you agreed with that. I'm asking you to define substantially affected and whether there is a numerical threshold for substantially affected.
Temperature, I did mention in my testimony that I considered 19 degrees Celsius as a threshold, and I found no difference in the potential for that temperature threshold to be reached under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions. And then the other factors are based on best professional opinion as well as available literature.
Dr. Priest, are you aware that the board hasn't adopted cyanobacteria or harmful algal bloom water quality objectives?
I'm aware that they have not, that they do not have any objective for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms.
Thank you. Are you aware that D1641 does not incorporate standards for the 5 drivers you looked at for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
I am aware of that. I would say in general that there are a lot of research questions related to harmful algal blooms, and overall, there hasn't historically been a lot of monitoring, and so these conclusions are based on best available science.
Dr. Priest, when you looked at electrical conductivity and chloride in the first part of your testimony, is it correct that you looked at the water quality objectives to determine whether there would be exceedances with the DCP?
I did look at the water quality objectives and considered if there would be exceedances of those water quality objectives with implementation of the Delta Conveyance project.
So as opposed to your analysis for electrical conductivity and chloride, you did not look at any water quality objectives for cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms specifically, or for any of the 5 drivers you considered in assessing whether the DCP would result in significant changes to cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. Is that correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what objectives or standard.
Can you clarify that, Ms. Proofer?
You agreed, Dr. Priest, that there D1641 does not incorporate standards for the 5 drivers you looked at for HABs. I'm asking here whether in your HABs analysis, how you assess significance in the impact of the DCP on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms if there are no water quality objectives to compare it to.
Objection, asked and answered. She explained how she did the analysis using the 5 factors.
I'll allow it. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
So first, the State Water Board determines beneficial uses and sets those standards. And those are not currently available, as you stated, for the factors that drive harmful algal blooms in the Delta. So my conclusions are based on the modeling results, the interpretation of literature that relates to those modeling results, and best professional judgment as a cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom expert.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. Can we please go to page 18? Line 9, you mentioned that residence time won't significantly increase the size or duration of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms. How did you evaluate significance here?
I looked at the box plots that I provided in my testimony. And as I mentioned in my oral testimony, the boxes are side by side. They do not, they're not very different on the y-axis scale. And so I can conclude that there's not a significant difference of additional day or two of residence time. It's also based on the fact that Discovery Bay has very long residence time. It's a man-made backwater slough area of the Delta. So depending on the month, you can have a residence time of 2 to 5 weeks, very long. So a day or two of additional residence time is not going to allow there to be more cyanobacteria biomass or cause a bloom to be substantially worse than it would be under conditions that currently occur.
Thank you, Dr. Priest. Is there a numerical threshold for that significance?
Objection asked and answered.
I think we've been over this, Ms. Proofer.
Just to confirm my understanding, Dr. Priest, how do you evaluate whether the increase in residence time in Discovery Bay will result in significant changes to cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms without a water quality objective for residence time?
Same objection.
Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
I think I've stated this, but I relied on the modeling results, the literature that is available related to harmful algal blooms and residence time, and then my best professional judgment as an expert working on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms.
Thank you. Do you agree, Dr. Priest, that Discovery Bay is already affected by cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Discovery Bay is known for having harmful algal blooms in some months.
Will an increase in residence time make cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms better or worse?
In an area like Discovery Bay that has very long residence time, in addition or subtraction of a day or two of additional residence time is not going to impact the blooms that occur at that location.
So is it relevant for your analysis that Discovery Bay already suffers from cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Yes, because Discovery Bay has severe harmful algal blooms under existing conditions, and those will continue to occur with implementation of the Delta Conveyance project, but it won't be due to the Delta Conveyance project. It's an area that already has blooms due to the conditions at that location.
Are you aware that Discovery Bay is a popular recreation destination for people in the interior Delta?
I don't know how many people recreate in Discovery Bay.
Did you look at whether your results could have a potential to impair recreational beneficial uses?
I think this goes back to a previous question, and there are no beneficial uses in place for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Priest, is it possible that there could be additive effects between the factors that you analyze for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to additive.
What do you mean by additive?
My question is, would it be possible for two factors that you analyze, two drivers that you analyze to independently not yield significant results, but when analyzed together, result in a significant increase of cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
If you scroll to the end of my testimony, you can see that I integrated all of the different factors that I analyzed and concluded that there would be no substantial increase in cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions.
Thank you. We can put down the testimony. I don't think I need it anymore. Thank you so much. Dr. Priest, is it possible that climate change could lead to changes in water quality parameters and exacerbate cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to changes, calls for speculation, also vague and ambiguous as to water quality.
Try the question again, Ms. Proofer. I just didn't catch all of it.
Dr. Priest, is it possible that changes in or climate change could affect your analysis on cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, in your expert opinion?
I think I answered this line of questioning already, but I will again state that this is a comparative analysis. And so for the cyanobacterial harmful algal bloom analysis, I compared existing conditions to the Delta Conveyance project to make my conclusions.
So for your HABs analysis, you did not account for expected background changes in temperature due to climate change. Is that correct?
I did a comparative analysis between which occurred in 2020, and I compared existing conditions to the Delta Conveyance project. There's a 2040 analysis and the environmental impact report that looks at future conditions.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Priest.
Thank you, Ms. Proofer. And Ms. Proofer, do you have questions for the other witnesses, or is it one of your colleagues who will have questions?
One of my colleagues will have questions. Thank you.
And I see Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, you had asked me to look into the exhibit for AHO 1033. I have a couple of additional questions so that we can provide you with a response. Looking at that exhibit, it's over 815 pages. I was wondering, I was wondering if there would be a way to narrow down the request to specific information. I don't believe all of it is relevant to the hearing, nor have we raised it in our case in chief. So if there were more specific questions that we could reply to.
And I may need to look at the exhibit again. I think the request here is with respect to the simulated monthly results. Let's see, I have for reservoir storage, stream flows, water exports, and water supply. And I don't, off the top of my head, know how many of the 800 pages were dedicated to those and whether that narrows that down. So I'm not sure that's, but that was the information requested from the hearing team. So I'll convey that to you, and maybe we'll both take a look in our spare time to see if that narrows it down. And if not, I will find out more information for you.
Yeah, I don't believe it does enough sufficiently. So if you could get us some more specifics, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay, will do. Thank you. And with that, I understand, is there another student from representing DTEC who has questions for these panelists? And if you're here, if you can please raise your hand. Ms. Carroll, is that your hand?
Sorry, apologies. One more administrative question for you is, I know that we have quite a few parties that are wishing to cross-examine. We don't have time estimates for those. I was hoping we could do that at some point today also, just so we know how long and to give our witnesses some timing for going forward.
Yes, I think that's fair. Let me look to, I first want to find out whether DTEC has more questions, but it doesn't look like I don't see anyone raising their hand at this point, and I don't see anyone in the attendee list. So I'll set that aside. Next on my list would be either Mr. Herrick or Mr. Reese. If either of you, I see Mr. Reese's name is on. If you could please come off mute and let me know if you have an estimate for cross-examination of this panel. And you should have control of your microphone, Mr. Reese, if you're there, or Mr. Herrick.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, our estimate is 2 to 2.5 hours.
Wonderful, thank you. And we may come back to you if we don't have another representative from DTEC.
Very good.
You may be up next. And then I don't see Mr. Cho on unless I'm missing. There you are. Mr. Cho, do you have an estimate?
I would hazard a guess at around 2 hours as well.
Thank you. And then Ms. Tabor, if you're on, do you have an estimate?
Good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie. I would estimate 1.5 to 2 hours.
Thank you. And if we can please grant Mr. Schutz microphone privileges, and then we'll ask Mr. Schutz to give us an indication. And I believe you are on, Mr. Schutz.
Can you hear me?
Barely, quietly.
All right, I'll try to speak up.
Thank you.
Chris Schutz, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'd say 1 hour to 1.5 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I don't see Mr. Busher. I know we're getting into big numbers, so they'll probably revise anyway, but I don't see Mr. Busher, so we'll leave that as a blank. Do I have Ms. Meserve on? Ms. Meserve, do you have an estimate?
Good afternoon. Probably about 1.5 hours, but it could change depending on what gets asked in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have Mr. Moore next on my list. There's Mr. Moore. If we can please grant him microphone privileges.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Roger Moore for California Water Impact Network. It may only be 1 hour or less, but to be cautious, I'll say 1 hour to 1.5 hours.
Thank you. And then, let's see, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, I would estimate 1.5 hours, but there's a lot of cross-examination before we get to me, so it could change. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I see a hand from Mr. Donlin. Please. And Mr. Donlin, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. You're off mute. Can we try to, I don't know if this will make a difference. Can we try to bring Mr. Donlin up as a panelist? See if that it probably won't do anything, but let's give it a shot. And Mr. Donlin, you now should be able to come on camera if you'd like, and you are off mute, but we still can't hear you. Well, let us know if, I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. It may be, you could try leaving the room and logging back in. Sometimes it's as easy as that to solve. Otherwise, you can send an email. But we will try to sort this out before, if you're planning to cross, we'll make sure to sort this out. Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Point of inquiry. I know you have given the parties a chess clock of time, and by our estimate, Ms. Desjardins is about 3 hours and 40 minutes out of her 4 hours, and has requested 1.5 hours. And so how is that going to be handled in terms of efficient use of time? And yes, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms. Morris. And as Ms. Desjardins gave that, and I was thinking I needed to look at the amount of time she'd used. I'm going to take your word for it on the 3 hours and 40 minutes. I know we have it written down. I just hadn't looked at it lately. So Ms. Desjardins, you are going to get up against your 4 hours. And I don't want to greatly expand that, which this would be a significant expansion. You were aware of your time limits. What I've done in other proceedings is allowed for parties to submit questions in writing. That way I can work through them and see what I think might be probative and helpful. But if you'd like to respond, please go ahead.
Yeah, there were a significant number of objections during both of my cross-examinations, and we're using a chess clock approach. So I also would like to have the estimates of Ms. Morris's and Ms. Carroll's objections taken into account, and their total time should also be being estimated, because it's not just clock time, it's chess clock time.
Right, and we are timing it that way. The objections go, to each.
So I would like to know what my time is, and I would offer that some of the responses of the witnesses, such as to documents that were referenced in their testimony, or in documents that, like the 3F appendix, where they said, I see the title on this page, really slowed down getting any kind of a response, because I then had to scroll down and so on. And so there is a form of lack of, not recognizing documents that are kind of that are foundational to the whole process, for example, of the intake design, development of the intake design. And for that reason, I would request some more time. It wasn't under my control.
So Ms. Desjardins, let's do this. It has worked before. If you would please submit and you prepare in advance, I can tell you're prepared. So if you would please submit your questions, and we can, I think the way to do this would be to submit them to the DCP email address, and we will not share the questions until after we've had a chance to ask them if appropriate. So it's, you still have the element, the witnesses won't have advance notice of your questions, I guess would be the way I would phrase it. And then I will decide which of those would be probative and would be a good use of time. You still have a little bit of time left, so that will be free for you to use, but I'll try to indicate to you the questions that I think would be helpful, and let's move forward in that way, because we do have an allocation of time. We do need to get through this, and we do need to stick to some standards.
Okay, thank you. I did want to say, just because of my technical understanding, it will mean I can't ask follow-up clarifying questions. So it won't be as probative as questioning by somebody who's done modeling.
Understood, and I may allow for some leeway for that. No, I understand you have some particular expertise, so thank you. Mr. Moore, please. Maybe was it a residual hand? All right, I will look back. Mr. Moore, you are back with a hand. If you'd like to speak, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my apologies. There was no way to unmute before. It just appeared. I appreciate the clarification that the time for cross-examination is based on chess clock rather than total time and won't include the time for objections. my apologies if this has just been covered already and I may have missed it, but is there a way on an ongoing basis that any of us can check to see how much chess clock time has elapsed?
Yeah. Yes, there is. And we are tracking it. It's not necessarily updated, it's not instantaneously updated, but I think we're trying to do it on a daily basis. There is an Excel file in the hearing documents folder on the FTP site. There is an Excel file titled Delta Conveyance Project Parties Time Tracker. And thank you to a tip to Ms. Meserve. It both includes the allotted amount of time and then the amount of time for each day that we've calculated is attributable to each group.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just want to note, I know there's a very large group of local public entities that was allotted time, and we've been looking at that and keeping track of it. When we first were allotted the time, we were concerned about whether it would be enough given how many different entities are represented in that group. So I don't think we've gotten to half the time yet, and we had kind of talked about checking back in at that point. But I guess I just want to say, I think we're going to be asking for additional time, likely if we need it, and we hope that will be granted, for good reason. So it concerns me a bit, that we wouldn't want to have to strenuously argue for more time when we have so many different entities represented and clumped together in that one group. And we just kind of wanted to see how it played out before we start making a big deal of it. But I just want to let you know that that is a concern of ours, that we would be able to adequately represent all those clients.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I do recognize that is a very large group and one chunk of time. So, and I think your instinct was to see how the issue plays itself out. And we'll get through this, and I'm open to the possibility, I think, as I had indicated, of requesting more time, particularly here where there are different interests that aren't entirely aligned, and I recognize that. Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I'm conveying a message from Mr. Donlin, who represents El Dorado Irrigation District. Do you have his hand up? He doesn't have audio privileges, but he asked that I advise that he may have 15 to 30 minutes of questioning for this panel, depending on what is asked before him.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And where should I, in my running list, do you have a general sense of where I should slot Mr. Donlin? I realize
I think at the end.
Okay.
Well, actually, probably at the end of the water agency group before Ms. Desjardins.
That makes sense.
I think they're lumped in with us.
And thank you for conveying that message. I see Mr. Donlin, do you want to try again? I think I see you as a panelist. So you should be able to unmute. This is sort of a technical test. You are now unmuted, but we can't hear you. It may be on your end, I'm not sure, and I apologize for that. But thank you for the note, and we will try to troubleshoot this before we get to your cross, which I think, based on this, would be a little while. Couple days. Ms. Desjardins.
Just one additional observation about parties. So I am working with Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. I testified with them and worked with them in the previous hearing, and a significant chunk of my questions was focused on impacts on fish, and I don't know, it will prejudice their case if I can't ask them. I don't know if I could try and ask questions through them. But I'm not just doing this as an individual.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I mean, to the extent that you are, I believe I don't have the groupings up in front of me, but I believe there would be another group that includes the Pacific Coast Fishermen's Federation. To the extent that you are authorized to represent them and you are a representative, then you could ask questions on their behalf under their time, but that would require their consent. So that's another possibility based on the grouping of that party.
You, I will go back and check into that and look into the grouping.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, I've never seen documentation. Is Ms. Desjardins a representative or listed as representing Pacific Coast?
I don't believe she's
Like
listed. That's why I'm
PCFAA.
right. That's why
Okay.
I'm asking that we would need some.
I am a consultant with them, and I've worked with them since 2010. It's not, I wasn't formally acknowledged as a representation. Their representative is Glenn Spain, who's an attorney.
So we would need confirmation from Mr. Spain. Would be the
Yes, and I need to talk with them about the time issue.
Thank you. And Ms. Safdie, I've been saving you for, let's see, Ms. Safdie, can we please grant Ms. Safdie? Yes, you have audio privileges. Thank you, please.
Thank you. I just apologies. I think we had missed a question earlier directed to DTEC's counsel. I just wanted to clarify for the on behalf of the attorneys for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition that I believe we have completed our questioning for this panel. However, other parties in our party grouping will be asking questions of the panel, but we'll follow the order that Ms. Meserve set out earlier, so they'll be going later in the groupings.
Understood. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Of course, thank you.
With that,
I'm gonna give it to you. Yeah, I'll promote you in a second.
I think you're anticipating. We're almost there, but since we've been going for an hour and 20 minutes, let's go ahead and just take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back at 2:28, let's say, and we'll pick up with Mr. Reese or Mr. Herrick. See you in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Great, thank you very much. And we have most of our witnesses, Ms. Carroll, Dr. Priest, thank you. So I will look to, can we please bring Mr. Reese up to panelist status? And you are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
I think we're getting there.
Great. And should I look to Mr. Herrick or Mr. Reese? Do you have questions for this panel?
It's mostly going to be Mr. Herrick, but we'll be here together.
Great.
Let me, without insulting Dean, let me adjust the camera. Sorry for my lack of technical know-how. Us old people are very washed out on the screen. Thank you. My name is John Herrick. I represent South Delta Water Agency et al. And most of my questions will be for Dr. Priest. And if we could start with, if we could pull up DWR 405 errata, which I believe is the PowerPoint that Dr. Priest used. I think the fifth page is a map that says map showing modeled EC locations. If we could bring that up, please. Thank you. Dr. Priest, did you prepare this map?
I worked with a consultant to prepare the map.
Okay, do you see in about the middle of the map, it says Old River near Middle River? You see that dot?
Yes.
Okay, that's incorrect, isn't it?
Yes.
And where should it be?
To the left.
To the left of what?
To the west.
To the west of the dot, where the dot is now?
Yes.
Shouldn't it be where the E of Tracy Bridge is? Not up there in the Middle Delta. It's down there in South Delta, isn't it?
I would have to go back to my original map to say exactly, but I do recognize that it says it's in Middle River.
At Old River. Do you know where Old River is?
Old River is to the west.
Well, do you know where Old River breaks off of the San Joaquin River?
Okay, maybe I should clarify which portion of Old River we're referring to.
That's what I'm getting at. Is it supposed to be the D1641 compliance location down in the South Delta, or do you believe it's somewhere else in the Central Delta?
I don't know exactly where that compliance location is. I gave the consultant coordinates, the plot on the map, and I'm not 100% positive that they put the dot in the right location. Nevertheless, the modeling is conducted in the correct location, even if the dot is not in the exact correct location on this map.
How do we know the modeling data used is at the right location when the dot isn't?
Mr. Singh, could you please help answer this question?
Yeah, so the modeling data is based on DSM-2 output, and the correct node for DSM-2 is used. I think this is probably like Dr. Priest is saying, the plotting where did this map didn't plot at the right location. So all the data that we have that was analyzed is coming out of DSM-2 in the correct node for Old River near Middle River.
Okay, it's not based upon any coordinates that Dr. Priest gave. It's based upon the DSM-2 node for the location?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's good with that. Can we pull up DWR 400, which is Dr. Priest's testimony, please? And on page 1, please, at the bottom. Dr. Priest, I'll just read part of this. At the very bottom there, starting on line 19, you state that the DCP will not unreasonably degrade water quality due to potential changes in salinity, and then it continues on. Do you see that?
I see that.
Why did you use the term unreasonably degrade?
I was looking at the water quality objectives and comparing how the project would impact these three items: electrical conductivity, chloride, and cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, compared to existing conditions.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear that. You said you weren't looking at the standards, the first part of your response? Or you were or weren't?
I used for electrical conductivity and chloride the water quality objectives that exist to compare impacts of the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions, and then made an impact determination. So it's my opinion that it will not unreasonably degrade the water quality. The Delta Conveyance project will not unreasonably degrade water quality due to potential changes in salinity, as represented by electrical conductivity and chloride, using the water quality objectives, or cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms based on scientific literature and my own professional knowledge and expertise in harmful algal blooms, as well as modeling results.
Okay, all my questions will deal with EC unless otherwise specified, but thank you. So using that term, does that suggest that there's a reasonable degrade of water quality is possible? Reasonably degraded water quality is possible? What would be a reasonably degradation of water quality?
My analysis considered if there would be additional exceedances of the water quality objectives as stated or implemented by D1641 under the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions.
Okay, I'll get into that more, but so it's your testimony that, or is it your testimony that an impact from the Delta Conveyance project would be measured by whether or not it increases a violation or an exceedance of a water quality standard? Is that your testimony?
That is what I used to come to the conclusions in my testimony.
Okay, if we could go to page 8 or scroll down at the bottom, please. Same exhibit, sorry. And again, if I'm unfairly, not starting at the beginning of a sentence, let me know, but I'm going to read starting on line 21, then through the next page. And it says, the project would not cause water quality degradation in regard to EC, such that beneficial uses would be, you can flip to the next page, top, adversely affected, or there would be injury to legal users of water. You see where that says that, Dr. Priest?
I do follow the
Okay.
sentence, yes.
And why did you use the term injury to legal users of water?
I use that because I'm considering how, well, as I stated before, I'm comparing to the water quality objectives implemented by D1641, and that considers impacts to beneficial uses and injury to legal users of water. So that is why I chose that terminology.
So is it your view that injury to legal users is the same thing as an exceedance of a water quality standard?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
That's the question.
So the water board is tasked with setting the objectives, water quality objectives, to be protective of beneficial uses. And my analysis uses that to make an impact conclusion.
Okay, let me restate the question. Do you believe that injury to legal users of water is the same thing as exceeding a water quality objective?
I am basing my analysis on the water quality objectives set by the State Water Board who makes those determinations. And I am simply comparing two scenarios, existing conditions, and implementation of the Delta Conveyance project to determine if the department is exceeding the standards set by the State Water Board.
So you did not, in your opinion, consider any possible injury to legal user unless there was a exceedance of a water quality objective? Is that correct?
The State Water Board sets those objectives, and that is what I considered in the analysis.
Is it your understanding that water quality objectives, if met, mean that nobody has any adverse impacts or is affected?
My understanding that State Water Board makes those determinations and sets the standards based on that available information, and that is therefore what I used in my analysis.
Okay, that's not the question though. Question is it your understanding that no legal user of water can be injured if a water quality standard is being met? I understand how the state board sets them, but I'd like you to answer that question.
Section calls for a legal conclusion as to legal injury.
I'll allow it because it's in her testimony. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
Yeah, I'm going to say again that my analysis is based on what the Water Board deems is protective of beneficial uses as implemented in the water quality objectives. And so that is what my impact conclusions are based on.
Okay, do I need to ask the question again? I know how the state board does it. I'm asking you, Dr. Pierce, do you believe that no legal user of water can be injured if a water quality standard is being met?
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Well, it hasn't been answered anywhere yet.
And Dr. Priest, if you would attempt to answer, I mean, you use the term injury to legal users of water, and I think it's fair for Mr. Herrick to explore what you meant by that. And if you don't know, then you don't know. But I haven't heard an answer to this particular question yet.
My understanding is that the beneficial uses are in place to protect legal users of water. And therefore, if there's compliance with those beneficial uses, that there would not be injury to legal users of the water.
Okay, let's take a hypothetical. Let's say the hypothetical is we have a large delta fed by two main river systems, and where they meet, there's various islands, and water flows from that delta out into the ocean. And the part of that hypothetical is that estuary at various times contains anadromous fish migrating through and both upstream and downstream of that estuary. And let's say that we've had water quality standards to protect fish set by the state board for decades, and yet the fish keep disappearing. So under that hypothetical, would you still conclude that meeting a water quality standard means that there's no injury to other party or legal user or fish?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation outside the scope of this witness's testimony and expertise.
Well, none of those apply. It's not an incomplete hypothetical, and it's not outside the scope because that's not a limitation on the questions. So I think that's a pretty good question to follow up on her conclusion that water quality standards mean that there's no damage to anybody.
I think, and Mr. Herrick, I'm just not sure this is productive. We've explored Dr. Priest's understanding, and I understand your point that her understanding of injury to legal users of water is as she described, which may not agree with yours. But I'm not sure exploring that further is going to be helpful.
Well, okay, I'll defer to your decision.
Well, let
me just ask one question, and if you don't like it,
all right, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Dr. Priest, do you know the criteria by which the state board establishes water quality objectives for beneficial uses?
That is outside of my expertise.
Okay, and this next follow-up is just to see if it'll jog your memory. It may not, you may not know. Do you understand that no harm to legal users is one of the criteria used in establishing water quality objectives for beneficial uses?
The Max Foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Dr. Priest, do you understand that believe that a criteria for establishing water quality objectives for beneficial uses is that there be no no injury to legal users of water?
My understanding is the board sets the beneficial uses to be protective of legal users of water.
All right, I'll move on. Dr. Priest, the modeling data, you didn't do any modeling, correct?
I'm not a modeler.
So you took the modeling outputs from people like Mr. Singh and then went through your analysis after that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you define an impact with regard to a change in EC? What is an impact of a change in EC?
I considered the water quality objectives and to determine if there were increased exceedances of those objectives with implementation of the project compared to those that occur under existing conditions.
Did you examine the magnitude of any change in EC in your analysis?
Yes, as I state in my testimony, there is less than a 1% increase in potential exceedances with the Delta Conveyance project compared to those that occur in existing conditions. But I also conclude that that was a modeling artifact and that I expect compliance to be the same with or without the project based on the ability to operate in real time.
Okay, that wasn't my question. Your answer deals with how you compared the two scenarios and whether it caused an exceedance. The numbers you presented were average annual numbers and monthly average numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, but I also looked at daily. That's what is used when looking at potential for exceedances.
Okay, now let me back up. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to follow up that that table is calculated the same way that is required in D1641.
Now, both you and Mr. Singh referenced that the models are used for comparative uses, not predictive, correct?
That's correct.
So how do you match the model results with a prediction of whether or not a standard will be violated?
Well, this is a comparative analysis. It's not predictive like you stated. So we're comparing the potential for exceedances with and without the project.
Okay, but those are comparative numbers. They're not absolute or predictions. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Dr. Priest, after you took the model results, which are comparative, how did you then compare any changes in those results from the project and without project to determine whether or not standards are being violated?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to standards.
We're talking about the EC standards as we have throughout this. Let me back up. Maybe this will help, Dr. Pierce. This is just hypothetical. Let's just say the WITH project shows, I'm just making this up. This is hypothetical. This is not a representation of what the modeling shows. Let's say the modeling shows a 5 EC change, correct? Over the non-project. You understand that? You understand that part of the hypothetical?
I do, but we could use the results that I have in my testimony as well as an example.
Well, we could, but I'm trying to construct a hypothetical here. So the first part of that is you have with and without project, and it shows a 5 EC increase due to the project. Okay, you understand that part of the hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a comparative. So that says under whatever conditions the model is analyzing or calculating, that's a comparative change, correct?
You're comparing it to the existing conditions is what you're saying?
No, you are.
Okay, well, you're giving a hypothetical, and I do have plots that we could look at in my testimony.
We're going to look at those plots, but I'm trying to make a point here. So you've got the hypothetical is you've got a 5 EC change with the project. Now, since that's a comparative number, how do you determine whether or not that 5 EC change results in an exceedance of the water quality standard or not? If it's just it's just a comparative, it's not determining specifically what it thinks, it's not predicting what there will be. How do you make that decision?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to the time frame and location.
Those parts are irrelevant. The question is, how do you apply the comparative number to determine that there won't be an actual EC violation?
I think it's fair. Go ahead, Dr. Priest.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Singh to help because he helped prepare the table that I used in my comparative analysis looking at the exceedances.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I don't mind you answering, but Dr. Priest, you're the one that took the modeling data and made the conclusions. And so I need to know your understanding of how you took the modeling data, which is comparative, and then made a conclusion that any change wouldn't violate an actual standard at an actual time at an actual place. I need to know your view of that.
Okay, well, I have in my testimony a table that was provided that was calculated based on exceedances of electrical conductivity that could occur under existing conditions using modeled results. And then there is a column next to that in that table that also uses modeling results that are calculated in the same way, but with the project layered on, and it compares. The same calculation is performed for both, which Mr. Singh can get into further. And I use those two values to compare. There are additional exceedances with implementation of the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions. I identified that there would be a slight increase in the number of exceedances at some locations, less than 1%. And it is my understanding, speaking with the operators, that the project will be operated in real time to ensure compliance with those objectives so that there are no actual exceedances.
Well, we'll get to that last part, but you keep answering me that you compared two model results and then modeled that there won't be any exceedance. I'm asking how you took the model results, which are not predictive of actual numbers, according to you guys, and how did you then make a determination that there really wouldn't be a water quality objective violation? In other words, aren't you telling us that when the model says it'll be a certain amount of EC to a certain place under the two scenarios, that's just a comparative? That's not really telling us what it actually will be. Isn't that correct?
So if I may add, so even the exceedances, we are using them as a comparative analysis. So with and without project, I mean, if for example, if that base case says 4% exceedance, we're not saying that is a predictive, but when you do a comparative analysis, even for exceedances, we are looking at the difference with and without project if there's a change or a big change in exceedances.
So you didn't take any modeled change in EC and then compare it to some actual data to see if that, however slight change in EC might cause an exceedance. You didn't do that?
No, what we did is we have DSM-2 modeling results, which is simulating based on the input from calcium and delta hydrodynamics tidal conditions. We looked at what the ECs would be at say whatever location, and then calculated exceedances based on D1641, depending on whatever the frequency was, whether it's a 14-day standard or a monthly standard. And we did that same step with the project, and we calculated the exceedances for both cases and the differences presented in our testimony.
So, Mr. Singh, is your modeling accurately reflecting actual EC and channels during years that we have the data?
I'm not sure what you mean accurate.
In other words, do your modeling results reflect the actual EC in the channels for years that you have data?
So I think in terms of accuracy and best available models, those kind of discussed in panel 1. So the appropriate use that we are doing right now is the comparative mode. So the way the models is being used is comparing 2 scenarios with and without project. And based on Mr. Reyes' testimony, DSM-2 is the best available to do that in a comparative mode.
Okay, that's not my question. Does the modeling that you do with DSM-2 accurately reflect the actual EC in the channels of the South Delta? And you can caveat that any way you want, but go ahead.
I'm not sure what you mean by actual. So the simulations that we have are looking at a certain level of development, a certain regulatory regime, and also, looking at whether it's 2020 ITP or biological opinions, whatever the requirements are, and simulating, 100 years or 95, 94 years, depending on which version of the model, and doing that with and without project. So what the comparison here is, looking at a given set of baseline, the regulations and hydrology, a range of hydrology, and comparing with and without. So that's the comparative mode that I'm talking about. So I'm not sure what the actual means.
Actual means actual. So if you modeled the year 2015, would DSM-2's results for Old River at Tracy Bridge, would the model results be the same as the EC data monitor shows? The answer is no, isn't it?
So for the purposes of our analysis, we are not.
Mr. Singh, I'm trying to get answers to my questions.
Well, let him answer the question, Mr. Herrick.
I will, but he just
you.
started to make an explanation that doesn't address the question.
So to me, I think the models that we're using are in a planning mode, not a historical simulation. So results from calcium planning study are feeding into DSM-2, and we are doing 2 scenarios with and without project. So any comparison to historical results, I don't know if it applies in this case, but we're still using these models as a comparative analysis where you're looking at the difference with and without, and that is being used to look at impacts and effects of the project.
Okay, let me try one more time. I understand how calcium-2 works. I understand how DSM-2 works, calcium-3 and DSM-2. When you modeled the year 2015, you have a comparison of 2 models, correct?
That is correct. We looked at.
Did you check to see if the model numbers for the base case were the same as the measured EC at the Tracy Old River Compliance Station?
So that's what I'm trying to explain, that in 2015, the hydrology was a certain flow, but the regulations were different. What we modeled, depending on what model you're referring to, that uses 2019 BIOPS or 2020 ITP. So comparing those results with 2015 historical results is not appropriate.
Well, if you're predicting that there's no violation of a water quality standard, don't you need to see what the existing EC was and then compare the change? Because if the change is 5 EC, like in my hypothetical, that may not make any difference if the channel has 600 EC in it. But if the channel has 695 EC, that makes a big difference. Is that shown in your modeling, that difference?
So whatever in terms of differences are, I think you're referring to maybe the calibration of the model, how it performs compared to the observed data. So those differences or shortcomings are there in both the base case and the project. So when you use these as a comparative mode, we are just looking at what the change is and how that change affects medical users, metaphysical users.
So you made no effort to apply that change, if any, to the actual conditions to see what the actual impact might be. Is that correct?
That's an argumentative, asked and answered.
It hasn't been answered yet.
Overruled.
I'm not, again, when you say actual, are you saying historical?
Okay, actual means the measured EC in the channel, as I've said before.
So the way the modeling that is being presented here was conducted was in a planning mode, not looking at a historical hydrology or historical conditions within and without projects. So it was done in a planning mode, looking at 100 years of hydrology with the level of development, with the operations criteria, regulations, and we compared with and without project in a planning study.
Dr. Priest, did you look at timeframes shorter than a month for changes in EC in your analysis, which led to your conclusions?
Yes, as I stated, the table that compares percent of days that would have exceedances is based on daily data and calculated as defined in D1641.
I didn't see any table that showed that there may have been an EC increase of 15 EC over a 10-day period in any particular month. Where would that data be?
I know that Mr. Singh has daily data in his testimony on electrical conductivity.
Okay, but the question was, did you look at short-term, less than a month changes in EC in your analysis of injury to legal users of water?
Objection asked and answered.
I am
if I can answer that, so yes. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
So in terms of what we indicated before, when we're looking at compliance, D1641 compliance, that is based on a daily value. So whatever the D1641 requirement is, if it's a 14-day average, that is based on a daily data.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Dr. Priest, are you familiar with the soils in the South Delta?
No, I'm not a soil expert.
Do you know how many different types of soils are in the South Delta?
I do not know about soils in the Delta, in the South Delta.
Do you know if different soils in the South Delta have different permeabilities?
I do not have any soil expertise.
Do you know if the salinity in applied irrigation water can affect crop growth in the South Delta?
I understand that there are agricultural beneficial uses in place implemented by D1641 to protect agricultural beneficial uses from electrical conductivity.
Do you know if the salinity in the applied water used for irrigation in the South Delta can affect soil salinity?
I do not have any soil expertise.
Do you know if crops are affected by applied water salinity in different ways during the growth of the crop from beginning to end?
I do not have any expertise in crop growth.
Do you know if a short-term increase in applied water salinity can adversely affect some crops at their early growth stage?
I know that the state board has implemented to be productive of agricultural beneficial uses.
Okay, that's not the question. The question is, do you know if the applied water salinity can adversely affect a crop at its early growing stage?
I'm generally aware of that, but I am not a crop expert.
Do you know whether or not the water quality objective for agricultural beneficial uses in the South Delta is protective of crops in their early growing stage?
That's the State Water Board is responsible for implementing the agricultural beneficial uses that are protective of agricultural locations.
Do you know if the applied water salinity in the South Delta, even if it's below the standard, can result in a buildup of salt in the root zones of the land?
I'm not a crop or soil expert.
Do you know if the water quality in the South Delta channels is consistent throughout?
Vague and ambiguous as to throughout.
Throughout the South Delta channel?
Could you rephrase the question?
Do you know if the EC in the channels of the South Delta is consistent throughout?
I know that there are a lot of different inputs throughout the South Delta, and I'm not familiar with where those return waters would increase electrical conductivity versus areas that it wouldn't. So not generally, no.
Are you familiar with the hydrology of the South Delta? Excuse me, the hydrodynamics, not the hydrology. I apologize.
When you refer to the South Delta, where are you referring to?
I'm referring to the areas within the South Delta Water Agency.
Okay. I don't know exactly which channels you're referring to.
Do you know whether or not the operation of the CVP and SWP pumps alter flow patterns in the South Delta?
Generally, I think there's some influence, but I'm not an expert in the operations of that area.
Do you know whether or not the operation of the CVP and SWP export pump facilities affects stage in the South Delta?
I did not, I'm not familiar with stage. That's not part of my testimony.
In your analysis, did you focus in on any particular area of the South Delta to see if the applied water might adversely affect soil salinity in the areas from which it is irrigated?
As I have mentioned previously, I am not a soil expert, and my analysis focused on the water quality objectives set forth by the board that are in place to protect agricultural beneficial uses, and that is what my analysis is based on.
Okay, so I'll stop these questions with this final one, and that is, so did you take any specific modeling results and apply them to any specific farmer in the South Delta to see if there would be an adverse impact?
As stated previously, I relied on the water quality objectives that are in place to protect agricultural beneficial uses that are set by the board, and that is what my analysis is based on.
Okay, but I'm looking for you to say yes or no. You can explain it, but did you use the modeling results and apply that to any particular farmer in the area to determine if there are adverse impacts?
That's beyond the scope of what I did.
Did you do that or not?
Action, argumentative, asked and answered.
I think sustained.
Well, if I may, hearing Officer Kenzie, there needs to be a yes or no. And it's okay to say, I did something and I did something and that's what I did. But when I say, did you do something else? You can't say, well, I did something.
I think it was pretty clear that Dr. Priest's prior response was clear that she had not considered that. Let's move on to the next.
I'd like to, and I'm sorry for being argumentative. The record needs to have a yes or no. It's a fairly simple question. It's not a trick question. And I'm just trying to get her to say whether she did or not. I know what she did, but I need her to say whether she did or not. So that anyway.
I'm going to look to the court reporter. Court reporter, is it possible to read off Mr. Herrick's the question prior to the one he just asked and Dr. Priest's response? Because I think I heard a pretty clear response here. Is that something we can do?
Just give me 1 second.
Sure, thank you.
Just for purposes, I think the witness is allowed to answer, which does not require to say yes or no to a question. She clearly said, and the court reporter can read it, that it was not within the scope of what she looked.
Do we know what the question was specifically? Oh.
Now we've lost the question. All right, I'll move on. That's
Okay,
two
thank
questions
you.
ago, so I don't know what Dr. Priest, has any upcoming witness of DWR applied the modeling outputs to specific farmers in the area in the South Delta?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to 402. DWR exhibit 402, sorry. And page 16. That may be later than the PDF 16, obviously.
Like we add 15, maybe try 31.
Yes. Sorry. There you go, right there, right there. Thank you. Dr. Priest, you see this table EC-4 on the screen, which is from DWR 402?
Yes.
And it has three columns, location, existing conditions, and the Delta Conveyance project, correct? There's the 3 columns.
That's correct.
And it's the electrical conductivity exceeded, the percent of days in the certain water years that the EC exceeded the agricultural beneficial uses for the water quality objective, correct?
Correct.
Now, am I reading this correct when it shows that the Vernalis column, Vernalis row has more, as a percentage, more days of exceedances than the Old River at Tracy Bridge? Is that correct?
The percent of days that electrical conductivity exceeded the agricultural beneficial uses. So right. There is a higher percent in that Vernalis column. That's correct.
Okay, now that can't be right, can it?
Mr. Singh, could you help with this question?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, let me rephrase it. Mr. Singh, in the last 25 years, how many times has Vernalis standard been violated? Once, maybe? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you have any feel for the number? Is it often or not often, or?
I'm not aware in terms of frequency and how often.
So let me make sure, Dr. Priest, neither you or Mr. Singh know some level of violations at Vernalis in the last 25 years. You have no knowledge of that?
That would be a question for the operators.
Okay, do you know how many times the Old River Tracy standard has been violated in the last 25 years?
I defer to the
You know what I mean?
operating panel.
Including impact.
Well, this is data that one of you has produced, isn't it?
These
Mr.
are the modeling results that Mr. Singh previously spoke to and described how they were calculated.
So, Mr. Singh, if you're responsible for this, did anybody that you know of go back and check to see if the modeling results were anywhere near what reality is?
Objection, argumentative.
I thought it was a pretty good question.
Overruled.
So we looked at the exceedances, like what you're comparing in a with and without project. So that is based on output that's coming from DSM2. And those numbers seem to be pretty small, 0.12%. I mean, I don't have in front of me how many days does that mean, but the numbers are pretty small.
Okay, that wasn't the question. The question is, did you or anyone, in your team check the actual numbers of violations against the modeling results?
Objection as to relevance, the testimony is related to compared model results, not predictive to looking at actual historical data.
Overruled. I'm interested in this
Certainly relevant
question, so I would like to hear a clear response. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
26 bias days of violation.
So yeah, we definitely didn't compare this to historical exceedances because that's not what the model is doing. It is working on a planning mode. And so the conditions that's in the model at say 2015, like it is an example, is not the same as a historical 2015. So we didn't look at exceedances historically and compare that.
Thank you. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say hypothetically, in the last 20 years, Vernalis was violated 1 or 2 days, and Old River Tracy was violated between 1,000 and 2,000 days. That's the hypothetical. If that hypothetical were correct, then this chart doesn't really tell us anything useful, does it? If the hypothetical is correct.
I think what this chart is showing is the model exceedances with and without project. And in terms of the differences that we see are negligible. And that's aligns with proposed operations of the project because the project is not changing San Luis, Vernalis flows or South Delta export was mostly focused in terms of winter time when we are taking access flows. So the salinity in South Delta with and without project is very similar. And I think that's what these exceedances are showing.
Okay, let me try the question again because I don't believe that answered it. If the hypothetical is correct, that there have been many, many more times exceedances at Tracy Old River than at Vernalis, then how does this data you've presented, how does that help us in this hearing? If reality is that much different than modeling, what are we analyzing here?
Objection, argumentative.
We are analyzing the incremental changes with the project based on the modeling results that we used that are the best available tools that we have.
Well, I don't know how to follow that up. I guess this is for Mr. Singh. It shows that Edmonton and Jersey Point, I'll say 4 to 6% of the days there's exceedances. Is that correct as a general misstatement of those numbers?
Could you repeat that, please?
The chart we're looking at, it shows for Edmonton and Jersey Point, it shows exceedances from 4.36 up to 6.14, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. In your testimony, I think in both of your testimonies, you talk about calcium 2 operating to meet D1641 standards. So the question is, if calcium 2 operates to meet standards, how come we have 4 to 6% violations at these two locations?
I think Dr. Priest mentioned that in her testimony. These exceedances that we're seeing, there is a time step mismatch between calcium and DSM-2. Calcium is operating on a monthly time step and making those decisions in terms of how much flow is needed to meet a certain water quality on a monthly time step. And when you take that to DSM-2, which is running on a 15-minute time step, there is that mismatch that results in some exceedances that we call modeling artifacts. And also for these two locations, there are times when those standards are changing in the middle of the month. But the calcium model that we have is a monthly model, so we have to make some kind of representation of the whole month. And so there's that mismatch as well.
So when your modeling shows exceedances at those locations, your explanation is that that's not right? It's a modeling artifact?
That is one of the explanations we have, yes.
Okay, if the results of this are all the result of modeling artifacts, why are we presenting this information?
No, I think they're still useful in terms of formal changes with and without the project. Understanding that there is that mismatch, and when we're looking at this result, we can take that into account and use these in a comparative mode.
How come the percentages of electrical conductivity violations are so low for the pumping plants? Does that mean DWR and the Bureau operate to make sure their water quality is good, but other places results in exceedances?
Argumentative, calls for speculation.
Will you try the question again, Mr. Herrick?
Mr. Singh, can you explain why the percentages of exceedances for the Jones pumping plant and Banks pumping plant are so low? Don't we have the same artifacts in the modeling for those locations?
I mean, that is a daily standard, which is different than sub-monthly for Edmonton and Jersey Point.
How is that relevant?
So in terms of the mismatch of the time step between calcium and DSM-2.
Again, how is that relevant? That it's still taking a monthly broken down into 15-minute time steps for all those locations, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Singh, did you make anywhere in your testimony or in DWR 402 is there any one of these percentage of days for shorter timeframes, as in June through September?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to one of these.
Well, we're talking about table EC4. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Could you repeat your question?
Is there anywhere in your testimony or in DWR 402 a chart or table, excuse me, like EC4 that deals with short time frames, like, and short time frames, I mean June through September?
I'm not aware of that. All the exceedances that we have shown, it is similar to what we have in table EC4.
Do you know whether or not most violations of EC standards in the South Delta occur between June and September?
I'm not aware of in terms of historical exceedances, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, when you do your, sorry, go ahead.
In terms of frequency and when they occur, but for the data that we have is for the whole year, for full period of simulation.
Wouldn't it be important to focus your modeling in on times when the standards are violated or at risk rather than the whole year?
Again, we are looking at incremental changes with and without project. So we could change the time period, but that's how we have presented the EIR.
Wouldn't it be more informative to focus in on those time frames that the EC standard is violated or at risk?
So these percentages are calculated based on how many days the whatever standard is applicable, and the number of days that we calculated is based on the 1641 requirement.
Okay, I'm not sure that answers what I just asked. Let me ask this. In table EC4, right, that includes all the wet years in that time frame of the modeling, correct?
It contains the whole simulation period, and given your water year type, if the standard is changing, the calculations were done accordingly.
Okay, so there really isn't any problem with EC at any of these stations when we have high flow years, is there?
Action calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
It doesn't call for any speculation, and it's not an incomplete hypothetical. It's dealing with facts.
Overruled.
So if there is a standard that changes with wet year versus dry years, and it becomes more restrictive, that's what we followed when we did this calculation. So, you know, the calculation in terms of what's applicable standard is based on water year type.
Okay, that's not what I asked, Mr. Singh. The question is, aren't there high flow years when water quality standards aren't at risk? Isn't that correct?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to high flow. I'm sorry, there's no standard, there's no number that's provided that I don't know what high flow means. Not being defined.
That's okay. All right. Mr. Singh, are there years when the flows in the rivers entering the delta are such that there's no risk to water quality standards?
Generally, yeah, there could be during high flows, the water quality is better.
Well, you said there could be, aren't there?
Aren't there flows
Aren't there years when the flows into the delta are such that that the water quality standards are not at risk?
It depends on the time of the year. When you say wet years, yeah, if there is certain time of the year where you have high flows, you know, you have better water quality in the delta.
I'm not trying to be snide, hearing Officer Kinsey. Could you ask the witnesses to just answer the question? I mean, it's a pretty simple question. It's very difficult when a witness won't even say that we have years sometimes when there's so much water in the Delta, we don't have any problem.
Ms. Morris.
Don't want to belabor the point, but witnesses are entitled to answer the questions. And if the attorneys are asking questions that are hypotheticals, they're allowed to qualify them and provide context as to their answers. And I understand that Mr. Herrig may want yes or no or a very precise answer, but he's not laying a foundation. And in my opinion, a little bit of this is deriving from the fact that we did not do simultaneous exchange of testimony, and they have nothing to sort of work from in terms of forming a foundation. So I'm just going to object to any sort of admonition by Mr. Herrick as to how the witnesses should answer. They're doing their best to answer sort of convoluted questions.
Well, that was a mismatch. There's no hypothetical here. I'm asking if there are certain years, and it's not hypothetical. Lack of foundation is not an objection to this. We just
hold on, Mr. Herrick. So let me jump in on this. I mean, I agree. A yes or no answer is not always appropriate, but sometimes it is. Let's try the question one more time. I think I know what it is, and we'll let Mr. Singh respond, and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Singh, are there not years when the inflow to the Delta from the various tributaries is of sufficient amount that the water quality standards aren't at risk?
Vague and ambiguous as to the time frame.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, there seems to be also background conversation that may be getting into the transcript.
I don't believe so. Or your audio is better than mine. I'll look to the court reporter. Are you having any trouble hearing the audio?
I'm not. I believe what she's referring to is it sounds like somebody's microphone might be unmuted, and occasionally you hear what sounds like some people speaking that I assumed was not part of the transcript, but it's kind of in between. Somebody's microphone is unmuted or something.
Thank you. I think it's Mr. Reese.
Might have been me. If it was, my thought coming out of my head, I'll
okay, thank you. Mr. Singh, I think it's on you to respond. I believe I overruled the objection.
Okay. So there's times when we have high flows in the system that are coming to Delta. That in those times, generally the water quality will be better. And if there's any standards during those months, it's likely that we'll meet those standards.
Okay. Mr. Singh, you testified that Calsim 3 operates to meet D1641 standards. Is that correct, or does that need to be qualified?
That is correct. In some locations in the Delta, it does.
Yeah, that doesn't. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it does, as the representation of, let's say, water project and CVP operations, and it does have a representation of ANN that calculates salinity and flows based on those standards at some locations in the Delta.
Yeah, you said some locations. Is it correct to say that Calsim 3 does not operate to meet the Southern Delta salinity standards?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to operate. Are we talking about operational rules?
We're going to be here for a week. If that's a pretty clear question, I would assert.
Well, I think, Mr. Singh, you can respond and you can qualify what you understand how this works. You're the expert.
Yes, the model, like I said, has some locations in terms of D1641 requirements, and it tries to operate and meet those standards. And if the question is whether there's any South Delta location explicitly in the model, the answer is we don't.
You don't. So there's, to your understanding, do DWR and or the Bureau make any operational changes to meet water quality standards in the salinity water quality standards in the South Delta?
I think that's a question for operators in terms of how they operate in real time.
I understand that. Do you have any understanding of whether they do or not?
I do not.
Dr. Priest, do you know whether or not the state or federal projects operate to meet water quality standards in the South Delta?
I know generally that the water quality standards are met by the time they meet the South Delta, and in-Delta sources drive salinity, but the operators would have to answer anything beyond that. That's all that I'm aware of.
Dr. Priest, in your answer, you just said in Delta, excuse me, you just said sources of salinity in the Delta. What is your understanding of the source of the salts in the South Delta channels?
Like I said, this would be largely operator question, but agricultural return flows isn't what I understand. I don't know anything beyond that.
You don't know the amounts or the loads of salt that come down the San Joaquin River?
From the south?
From the San Joaquin River?
Mm-hmm. I don't know specific loads. No, not know any
Do you know the
numbers.
Do you know the sources of any salts in the San Joaquin River that flow into the South Delta?
My understanding that there is a lot of agricultural return inputs that deliver salts into that area of the Delta. As I mentioned before, the operators would have to answer any further questions on this topic.
Well, I'm trying to understand your understanding.
Mr. Herrick, I was wondering if I can, and I don't know if this is a good time, but I was wondering if I can interrupt you and ask a couple of questions based on this table before we move away from it. Would now be a good time, or am I interrupting your train of thought here?
This is a very good time, and you can always interrupt my confused thoughts.
So I have a couple of questions because we're looking at this, and this is going to be, I'm going to caveat this with this, I'm an attorney trying to understand modeling. And I believe I generally understand this concept of modeling, which we encounter often, where the point is that it's comparative and not predictive. And I think I understand that. And based on that, when I look at this table, and I think this is a question probably for Mr. Singh, what I should be looking at is the difference between the existing conditions column and the Delta Conveyance Project column, and not the absolute numbers. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So these
Go ahead.
models, the appropriate use is a comparative analysis where we look at, in this case, without the project, and then with the project, the difference.
And then, so what I'm trying to wrap my mind around is how this works, where you have a standard. I think Mr. Herrick was getting at this, where you have a standard that's either exceeded or not. So let's see if I can get at this. For example, for the Jones pumping plant, existing conditions showed 0% exceedances, as I understand it. And the Delta Conveyance Project results show 0% exceedances, which lead to the conclusion that there is, in that location, no impact to the number of exceedances for EC. That's accurate so far?
Yes.
And then if the model, and I'm just using this as an example to make sure I understand it, if the model systematically underestimated the EC concentrations, couldn't it be the case that there are impacts to EC concentrations between comparing existing conditions and the Delta Conveyance Project, but we wouldn't see it here in the percentage of exceedances? Does that question make sense?
Actually, if you could repeat that, I didn't follow that.
Maybe I can try it a different way. And this is where I apologize for trying to articulate this. There could be, the model results could show a not small, I don't know what the standard is for substantial, but a difference between EC at Jones Pumping Plant with existing conditions and EC at Jones Pumping Plant with the Delta Conveyance project. But as long as the EC standard is not exceeded, what we see here in this chart is that there is no impact.
That is correct.
Okay. So if there was a bias in the model, and this is totally a hypothetical, if there were a bias in a model to show a lower EC such that you don't get close to that standard, the difference between the two comparisons may not be, I don't want to say accurate because that implies real world, but
useful.
Useful. We could try, I don't know if useful works. Representative, maybe that's a good word. Does that make sense, Mr. Singh? And I realize I'm assuming that there's some bias in the model, and that's the hypothetical here, that there's a bias, the model showing lower.
Yeah, so that's how these models are used. In terms of a comparative mode, if there is a bias that is present in the both with and without project scenarios. So what we're focusing on is on the difference between the two, but it's not as a predictive for the existing conditions, whatever percent or number of days you have. It's more what bias is there. It's both in existing and Delta with project scenarios, and we're just looking at the difference.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at is here that it actually even though the bias in the model, I think, matters in the results and is not just canceled out in this case where you have a standard, right? Because even if the bias in the model is lower for existing conditions and the same lower for Delta Conveyance project, when you have 0% exceedance and 0% exceedance, couldn't that mask a difference in impacts between the two model runs? Or does it truly cancel out? And that's where I'm a lawyer, not a modeler.
So yeah, but in terms of the changes, we are looking at a change. So whether there's a bias in that change, I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
May I try?
Go ahead, Mr. Herrick, if you, and I can think about this question further. I have a feeling we'll have this panel for a while, so I get the benefit of being able to try to refine this, so I'm more probative in my questions. So Mr. Herrick, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Sorry. Mr. Singh, I believe the question is not talking about any bias that's in both the without and with project. The bias is that the model itself underpredicts actual EC. So Hearing Officer Kenzie's question was, if the model's underpredicting actual EC and a small increase in EC yields no violations, then it says 0, there's no impact. But if the actual EC is close to the standard and the modeling shows that there'll be a 5 EC increase, that might result in a standard, but that won't show up if the model is understating what's actually in the river at any particular time. Do you understand that? And explain to me how that's wrong.
Yeah, and that would be the case for both existing conditions and with project scenario, right? So
no. The existing conditions and with project give you an answer of a difference in EC, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your chart shows percentage of exceedances of days. So if the model says we have 650 EC without project and 655 with project, then this chart shows no impact, correct?
In terms of percentage change?
Yes, there's no, it shows no change in violations.
Yeah.
But if the model is describing 600 EC at Old River Tracy at a certain time, and in reality that's 695 EC, then that 5 EC change would result in an exceedance, but that wouldn't appear here because the model is artificially determining EC at a lower level than reality. Correct?
Maybe I'm not understanding it. If the modeled EC is what you're saying, there is some bias or it's lower because at a certain location, the same bias will be, so you're calculating exceedances based on the without project existing conditions.
Okay, that gives you the difference, right?
Yes.
Okay, now separate bias. The model is underestimating EC at this particular location. So they both underestimate it, but you got a difference. You got a difference of 5 EC. But if they're both underestimating what's really in the channel, then we don't know if the 5 EC causes an exceedance or not, do we?
So this is within the modeling framework. That's how we are using it. We are looking at these exceedances based on modeling results over a wide range of hydrology, from wet to critical years, over 100 years. And same thing we're doing with the project. So, so there is a lot of years and a lot of days in different conditions where the model is trying to estimate the EC, and we're calculating these exceedances based on that whole period of simulation. So to single out one instance, I'm not sure if that's appropriate, but the way these models are used in the comparative mode is looking at the whole 100-year of simulation and comparing that with and without project. And it's the difference that we're looking at in terms of the changes with the project.
Okay, let me try again. I don't think you're focusing on the possibility that the DSM-2 model is under predicting the actual EC in the South Delta. Okay, so I'd like you to focus in on that. So the modeling results show us a difference between project and without project. We have to apply that in order to determine injury to legal users. We have to apply that to something, right? Because the model is just a model run. It's almost a hypothetical. It's scientific, but it's a hypothetical of the conditions. So if there's an increase of 5 EC, don't we have to know if that increase of 5 EC is when the channel is 600 EC or when the channel is 695 EC? Don't we need to know that in order to determine if somebody's harmed?
So these models are, generalized representation of the system. So in terms of whether they are predicting values at each and every location, that was discussed in the previous panel in terms of the calibration, how these models are doing throughout the Delta. But in terms of doing that comparative analysis, that's how we are using this for this project. And it's kind of an appropriate use of the model, looking at those differences and looking at impacts with and without.
So if the model is under predicting EC at a point in the South Delta, that's irrelevant to your analysis?
Section misstates testimony.
I wasn't representing any testimony.
Overruled.
Could you repeat your question?
If the model is understating the EC in the channels in the South Delta or at a particular point, that's irrelevant to your analysis of impacts?
Well, in a comparative mode, we can look at the difference. And if you're just focusing on South Delta, we also have to look at what the proposed operations are and what are the drivers for changes in EC in South Delta. I think you don't just look at this table in isolation. You look at the way we're operating this project is there's a South Delta priority. So we are maximizing South Delta as it's done today. And North Delta is used to capture excess flow during winter months. And in terms of salinity in South Delta, there are no changes to Wernalis or the tides coming in and local sources that we have in South Delta. So that we can also take that into account in terms of what the expected changes would be with EC and water levels in South Delta.
Mr. Singh, if DSM-2 is underestimating what is actually the EC and the channels in the South Delta, are you saying that doesn't impact your analysis at all?
Objection asked and answered.
It certainly wasn't answered.
Mr. Herc, let me try it this way. Mr. Singh, if the model is underestimating EC at a particular location, does that affect the validity of the comparison you're conducting, for example, here in table EC4?
I think in terms of comparative analysis, I think it's still appropriate as it was discussed by the panel one in terms of the best available tool and how we use that tool.
I guess my question is simpler than that. Is it relevant? Is the fit of the model relevant to the analysis that you're conducting here? By the fit, and I should clarify, by the fit, I mean the accuracy of the model as compared to compared to actual conditions.
I believe in a comparative mode, it does not. We can still use the model in comparative mode.
Understood. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Herrick.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, would it be possible to take a break at this point?
Yes, it would be. Let's go ahead and we'll do an 8-minute break and come back at 4 o'clock. Thank you. It's 4:01. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am, ready to go.
Thank you. And with that, I think we just need Mr. Herrick. And there you are. Back to
Sorry,
you, Mr. Herrick.
I was almost on time. Thank you. I'd like to turn to DWR 402, please, and page 103. Don't know what PDF number that is. I apologize. It has figure EC 10-1 in it. Thank you. Dr. Priest, in DWR 402, there are a number of graphs showing average annual EC under various conditions for various spots in the South Delta. Is that correct generally?
They're still all muted.
I can't hear anybody if somebody's talking.
Sorry. Long-term monthly average is what these plots show.
Yes. Dr. Priest, I noticed before you answer, you're always looking up. Is there a screen up there, or is somebody's not coaching you, are they?
No, there's a large TV screen so that I can read the exhibits more clearly than on my small laptop.
Sorry. So we have EC 10 dash, let's go back up to 1, please, above the graph above that. So as you said, this is the long-term monthly average EC at Tracy Old River Bridge, correct? Excuse me.
That's correct.
And it doesn't show any violations over the long term, correct?
So to clarify, this is not a plot to look at exceedances of water quality objectives. This is just showing the long-term monthly averages.
Okay. And when you say long-term monthly average, explain that, please.
So using the period of record, which is the 93-year period of record, we're looking at incremental changes in water quality by month using this plot.
So is this plot 93 years of monthly averages on each line?
Yes, so each month has 93 data points used to form.
And the month data is an average of that month too, correct?
Correct.
So we took monthly data, averaged it, and then we averaged it with 93 other months of the same month of different years to get these plot lines, right?
So that we could look for incremental differences in the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions.
Okay, so how does the average of an average over 93 years show us anything?
We are looking for incremental changes between the project, the Delta Conveyance project, and existing conditions. So this is another way to compare the modeling results between the two scenarios.
But it doesn't show us comparisons, does it? Because if you're modeling wet years and dry years, wet months and dry months, and months that have an increase and months that don't have an increase, we can't see any changes, can we?
We can see changes. Also, if you scroll down, there are additional figures for the Old River at Tracy Bridge.
We'll get to those.
At the water year time.
Yeah, I was going to get to those. I don't mean to.
So that we're not hiding the differences as you suggest.
But if there is a difference in, say, one particular month, difference, if you average that with 93, 92 other years, how does that help us see if there's a difference?
So
sorry, go ahead.
As I stated, we're looking at the incremental differences. This is one plot used to look at the incremental differences. But as I mentioned below, there are additional plots that do look at the different water year types for this location.
But those are still 93 years of averages, right?
considering the different water year types.
Is that a yes?
Yes, and Mr. Singh, you can correct me if I'm misstating that for the wet and dry year plots, but that's how I understand the modeling.
So in making your conclusions from your testimony, you used charts such as these that show monthly averages, averaged with 92 other months, and then plotted. Is that correct?
Well, this was one line of evidence. The table that we looked at before the break is another line of evidence. And then there are additional plots by water year types that are additional lines of evidence.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand what you get from this plot if any change has been averaged with other months that may have no change or months that may have the other change in the other direction. How do you get any information when you've averaged impacts away?
I'm looking at the incremental differences between the Delta Conveyance project and existing conditions. That is the purpose of these plots.
So, but you're looking at the incremental changes of 93 years of averages, right?
I'm looking at the period of record, which includes 93 years.
Okay, so if there's a month in any particular year where there's an impact, how would you see that on this chart if that month has been averaged with 92 other years?
Objection, asked and answered.
I think that's fair, Mr. Herrick. I understand your point.
Okay, let's scroll down just so we can see what Dr. Pierce was talking about. Besides the monthly long-term average, there's a wet year average. And then there's a above normal year average, and there's a below normal. And then we get to page 106, please, which is the beginning of the exceedance curves. I think one more. EC 10.8. Yeah. And you can go up to the top one, please. Now, this is an exceedance curve going over those same, this is exceedance curve using that same data, isn't it? Is that correct or not? That we just covered, sorry.
Yes, so this figure is the 93-year period of record for the Old River at Tracy Bridge for the month of January.
Okay, and it starts with 0 on the x-axis, and then the y-axis goes, what is that, just below 1,000, is that correct?
I don't see where it starts at 0, but
the bottom left of EC 10-7.
The y-axis, are you referring to the y-axis?
Yes, I'm sorry, what did I say? Did I say that wrong? Anyway, the bottom left corner has 0, 0, correct?
Yes.
And the horizontal line it starts with 0 there at the corner, correct?
That's correct.
And the vertical line goes, it looks like it's just below 1,000, but it starts at 1,000, right?
So the axis goes up to 1,200. Are you talking about the lines?
Yes, where the line is.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So starting at that 0 point on the horizontal axis, what does this tell us?
So let's go from 0 to 10. So 10% of the time, electrical conductivity in January at Old River at Tracy Bridge ranges, I would say, about between 825 to 1,000 microsiemens per centimeter.
So that's the 93 years of Januaries, and 10% of them are in that range you just described. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I notice there's no dot anywhere that goes above 1,000 EC. Is that correct?
In the January plot, is that what you're asking about?
Yes, in EC 10-7, sorry.
yes, it looks like, as you mentioned previously, the far left line starts at about 1,000.
And to your knowledge, has the EC at Old River Tracy Bridge in January been above 1,000 EC ever?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with what the electrical conductivity has been historically at that location.
So the dots that make this exceedance line, are those modeling outputs or are those actual monthly averages of actual data? Sorry for using the word actually twice.
These plots are using modeled data for existing conditions and the Delta Conveyance project to compare the incremental changes between the two scenarios.
Okay. Would it be important to your analysis if there were times that the EC at Old River Tracy Bridge was above 1,000 EC? In January.
I think, as I've mentioned before, this was a comparative analysis, and it's the best available tool that was used to compare the Delta Conveyance project to existing conditions. And so this is a comparative analysis.
To your knowledge, could we do a model run that instead of using calcium 3 input, we use actual data?
I would have to defer that question to Mr. Singh.
Well, before we go to Mr. Singh, Dr. Pierce, would you prefer to have outputs that are based upon actual information, or are you satisfied with modeling information being the input?
Vague and ambiguous.
Well, Mr. Herrick, try the question again. I understand where you're going.
Dr. Pierce, would you prefer to have, excuse me, in your analysis that led to your conclusions, would you prefer to have an exceedance curve produced using actual data as model inputs, not model data as modeling inputs?
As I've stated previously, I think that the modeling tools that we use for this comparison is the best available tool to look at project impacts. In terms of the data that was used, I would have to refer to Mr. Singh. Data that was used in the models to generate the model outputs.
Would your answer be the same if the actual data was significantly different than the model data that was used as inputs?
As I stated before, I think this is the best available tool for the analysis that I conducted. Mr. Singh can answer questions about the data that is used in the model.
Okay, Mr. Singh, do you know whether or not the EC at Old River Tracy Bridge in January over the 93-year time frame ever exceeded 1,000 EC?
Based on the chart that I see, the modeled EC was maxes at 1,000 with and without project.
Okay, I didn't ask you what the model shows. I asked you, do you know if the actual EC in January at the Old River Tracy Bridge location ever exceeded 1,000 EC? Do you know that or not?
I do not.
Okay. Does it make a difference to you in producing modeling results if the actual EC for a January at Tracy Old River Bridge was above the 1,000 EC?
So I think I testified a little bit earlier. So these models are planning models. They are not using historical data. We are, in this case, we're looking at 2020 level of development, and we are looking at a set of regulations over that 100-year or 94-year period in this case. And that is exposing the project to a wide range of hydrology. And we're just doing a comparative analysis using calcium output. So this is not actual or historical run. This is existing conditions with a certain level of development, with certain regulations and operations with and without project. And we look at the changes between the two scenarios, and that's what this plot is showing. And if we look at the exceedances for all the Januaries for 93 years, those are very similar.
What do you mean? What's very similar?
The ECs. The modeled ECs at this location for all Januaries, there were 93 Januaries with and without project.
Oh, you mean the with and without project
no
are very
difference.
similar, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there something that prevents modeling, DSM-2 modeling that includes actual inputs rather than calcium-3 inputs?
Vague and ambiguous as to inputs.
Well,
Maybe more specific, Mr. Herrick.
Well, both of them testified that the DSM-2 model is run using inputs from calcium-3. So my question is it possible for us to run a DSM-2 model not using calcium-3 as inputs, but using actual conditions in the South Delta? Excuse me, actual conditions in the Delta. I don't mean to limit that.
So when you're trying to look at the effects of the project, you could do a historical run of DSM-2, but I'm not sure how would you come up with a scenario with Delta Conveyance project based on historical data.
Okay, so you could do that run, but you're not sure how you would do the with project run. Is that what you're saying?
Well, DSM-2, there is, historical simulations that are happening where you look at historical data and look at the model. But for this study in a planning mode, we're not using historical data because I'm not sure how you would create a scenario that reflects the whole system operations without a model like calcium.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify your answer. So I think you said you could do a modeling run with actual data, but you're not sure how you would do the with project run. Is that correct?
Yes. The goal here is to compare the effects of project. And to do that, you need with and without run.
Okay, thank you. Let's pan down to April. Excuse me for delaying here. Let's go to page 109, and we're looking at EC10, figure EC10-13. And Dr. Priest, you see EC10-13?
I see it.
And I'm going to go through the same questions. They're a little repetitive, but now we're looking at Old River Tracy Bridge monthly average EC in July. You see that is the designation for this one?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the EC at Old River Tracy Bridge was ever above the 0.7 standard historically in the 93-year period?
I'm not familiar with that. No, do not know.
Okay. Does it matter to you if the EC at Old River at Tracy Bridge for July was above the 7.7 EC standard?
As I stated previously, I'm doing a comparative analysis using the best available tools that are provided.
Okay. And if the comparative analysis is showing EC 200 EC lower than it is under real conditions, would that change your analysis?
again, this is the best available tool that I had available to compare these two scenarios. And so I think this, along with the other lines of evidence that I previously pointed out, support my opinion that there's little to no change in electrical conductivity at the Old River at Tracy Bridge under Delta Conveyance project relative to the existing conditions.
Okay, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say we're in 2014. This is just hypothetical. And the EC at Tracy Old River was always above 1,000 EC. That's hypothetical. If that were the case, would that change your analysis of whether or not there are adverse impacts to any legal user of water?
As I've stated previously, this was the best available tool to do a comparative comparison, and Mr. Singh explained that it wouldn't be possible to use this historical modeling approach and layer the project on that to compare the two scenarios. So this is the best available tool, is to use this modeling output to compare the two scenarios.
Okay, and just for complete coverage, all of these exceedance curves are using monthly averages averaged with the 93 years of months. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let's go to DWR 100, which is Mr. Singh's testimony. Please. And page I think it's 13, please. And under water levels. So Mr. Singh, on various lines, that's not real helpful. In your testimony started on page 13, you mentioned the largest decrease in stage at a number of locations, at a few locations, and those range from 0.5 feet to 0.3 feet to 0.5 feet. Is that correct statement? Lines 19. The next page, line 5. And line 20. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. The line 19?
Yes. And then the other lines I think, but I don't have to get to that. Are these lower stages at particular points, or are they reaches of the channel?
So these results, so this one is referring to location downstream of the intake. So it's a point located immediately downstream of the proposed intakes.
Are there any irrigation siphons or pumps? I'll just say within 1,000 yards of that point.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you're determining whether or not a decrease in stage adversely affects a legal user, don't you need to know if there's a legal user nearby?
So as I described my testimony, when I'm looking at minimum stage, daily stage over the period of simulation, there are periods when the flow is high and the stage is high, and then there's periods when you have low flows and the stage is low. So the differences that we're seeing here are immediately downstream of the intake, and these are happening in 10 to 20% exceedance levels when the stage is high. So in terms of drier period when other users could be affected, there is no change in the water level in terms of daily minimum with the project compared to the baseline.
Mr. Singh, do you know if the height of the water above the intake of a siphon affects its efficiency in performance?
I'm generally aware in terms of the head needed for a siphon.
So if the water above a siphon intake is higher than a certain point, then the siphon would take in more water than it would at the lower point. Is that correct?
For a given head, there could be differences in flows.
Why do you say could be? Isn't that physics?
It depends on how big the change is. So in this case, the water levels are already high during wet months, and the difference is during that high flow periods when the stage is high.
Okay, but that's not the question. The question is the higher head allows more water to pass through the siphon than if it wasn't higher, correct? And it could be an incremental, but it's just a higher head means more pressure down and more water flowing through the siphon, correct?
I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay, do you know if a higher head affects the performance of a pump?
So the analysis that I did is looking at changes in water level.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you know whether or not a higher head affects a pump as opposed to a siphon. That's what I asked.
When you say effect, I'm not, what do you mean by effects?
Does the pump run more efficiently if there's a higher head of water above the intake?
I'm not sure in terms of efficiency of the pump.
Okay. If, I guess this is hypothetical, if somebody irrigating out of the channel was enjoying that extra half foot of head in his siphon, and the project decreases that by half a foot, is that an impact on that diverter, even though he can still divert?
Jackson, incomplete hypothetical.
I don't believe it's incomplete.
Mr. Herrick, is there a particular conclusion here with respect to impact that you're referring to in Mr. Singh's testimony? I think that might help ground us here.
All right, I don't want to testify. I'm just trying to go for you. His conclusion is the half a foot difference in stage doesn't have any effect on anybody because they can still divert, and that's during high flow times. What I'm asking him is,
but is that in his written testimony? Are you?
Yeah, it is. That's what his water levels testimony thing says. And
Do you
he
have
just
a particular page? I'm trying. I can scroll.
starts on page 13, and he just said, when there's high flow times, that's when it happens. So there's no, I don't know if he said harm or damage or impact, but that's what he just said. Isn't that correct, Mr. Singh? Or isn't your testimony saying that as with
No, I did not say that. What I said is during low flow periods, when the levels are low and there could be issues with water levels. The results show that there is no reduction with the project compared to the baseline.
Okay, let's go to page 9. It's page 13, line 19, and let me read it to you. The results show the maximum reduction of 0.5 feet occurring at the 10 to 20% exceedance levels. These highest changes occur at times when the two proposed North Delta intakes are utilized at or near maximum capacity, typically occurring during high flows. So your testimony is that at this location, that largest decrease of 0.5 occurs at high flows when the North Delta intakes are operating at maximum, right? Isn't that what that says?
That is correct.
Okay. So isn't it true that anybody whose diversion might be affected by, anybody whose diversion might be subject to that 0.5 foot decrease would consequently have a lower head going through his siphon than he would if the project weren't there?
Objection.
Isn't that
Incomplete
logic?
hypothetical assumes facts not in evidence.
It doesn't do either of those.
Well, I think I mean, to be fair, I think, right, we're talking about a hypothetical diverter that is in this location. But given that, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Singh. If you're able to respond, please do.
Yeah, and Hearing Officer Kenzie, I just want to note that we start out by Mr. Singh saying he didn't know if there are any diversions around there. It's the petitioner's obligation to see if they're going to cause harm, and so it's a perfectly valid.
I recall Mr. Singh's testimony. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Mr. Singh, any diverter whose diversion is subject to the 0.5 decrease in stage, as you describe on page 13 of your testimony, will have a smaller head through a siphon than he would if the project weren't there. Isn't that correct?
You made an objection. Oh, was it same objections? It wasn't on the record. Can you say it again, Ms. Morris?
Oh, sorry, same objections. I'm trying to be efficient.
Yes.
The same objections that were overruled.
Correct. So go ahead, Mr. Singh.
So the half a foot that I have is the daily minimum stage, which is during the day with and without project, what the minimum stage was. This does not tell how long that minimum stage was, so I can't answer in terms of how it would affect the pump. The conclusion that I have here is that these reductions are happening when the flows are high, the stage is high, and it's less likely there will be water level issues. During drier periods, when the water levels are low, DCP is not reducing minimum stage.
Okay, I'm getting confused now. Doesn't a diverter who might be subject to the decrease in stage, however long of duration, experience less head through his siphon than he or she would, if the project were not operating during high flows? That's physics, isn't it? And I'm not being cynical. I mean, it's physics. If the water level is lowered, then there's less water going through the siphon. Isn't that correct?
Incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled. If you can answer Mr. Singh, please do.
I can't say if there's less water going through the siphon, but what the model is showing is during high flow periods, the minimum stage right downstream of the intakes is reducing by half a foot.
Okay, so did you or anybody you know of do an investigation as to any changes in flows through a siphon, near the diversion point for the North Delta intakes?
I did not do such an analysis.
Can you conclude that there's no injury to any legal user if you haven't done that analysis?
Then calls for a legal conclusion.
They both mentioned injury to legal users of water in their testimony. I'm not asking for legal conclusions. I'm asking for their basis of making conclusions on their statement of legal users.
I think that's fair. Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Conclusions that I have in my testimony are based on periods when we have low stages, low flows. DCP is not changing minimum stage during those conditions. And as we move away from the intakes, those changes, even in high flows, there's no changes. So my conclusions were based on looking at the modeling results and looking at succeedance plots. Over 50% of the hydrology, when we have lower flows and lower stages, DCP is not affecting that.
Okay, I believe you just made a misstatement in your testimony. You said even at high flows, there's no change, but the language we're looking at on your page 13 talks about a 0.5 foot change. That's 6 inches, right? So there is a change at high flows for some duration of time at that point, correct?
At this location, it is. I was talking because I presented 5 different locations. As you move away from the intakes, those changes disappear.
Okay, Mr. Singh, did you examine, Dr. Priest, if nobody at DWR investigated any impacts to diverters from the North Delta intakes lowering of stage in certain circumstances, does that change your conclusions about injury to legal users of water?
The analysis that I presented in my testimony regarding legal users of water was based on the water quality objectives set forth by the Water Board for electrical conductivity and chloride. And I believe the information that I provided is correct, and it is my opinion that there would be no impact to these legal users and that the department would continue to comply with the water quality objectives for electrical conductivity and chloride.
The last part of your sentence was the projects would continue to comply with the water quality objectives. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do the projects comply with the Southern Delta water quality objectives?
I believe so most of the time, but that is a question for the operators. I cannot speak to that exactly.
What do you base your statement on? You believe so that they meet the objectives that they meet the objectives?
Well, it is a water quality objective set forth by the board that the department is required to meet.
Do you know if there have been any cease and desist hearings regarding the projects for not meeting the water quality standards?
I am not familiar with those.
Okay. Mr. Singh, did you do any water stage analysis for Middle River?
So it's not presented in my testimony, but the EIR does have water level results for other locations. And while reviewing these modeling results for ITP, I did look at locations throughout the Delta. And that modeling output was provided as part of the record.
Did you specifically look at impacts on Middle River?
Old River and Middle River.
No, Middle River as a stretch from, say, the head of Middle River down to Victoria Canal.
I can't recall, but I did look at Victoria Canal. I did look at Old River Tracy Road, Old River at Highway 4. There were locations, and what I found was that in terms of changes, minimum state with the project, there were no changes in the South Delta location.
Okay, so you looked at discrete points, not reaches. Is that correct?
Yes, this analysis, has outputs at discrete locations, and what we're trying to do is look at the changes with and without project.
What version of DSM-2 did you use in doing this stage analysis?
The version that was used for the ITP modeling was 8.2.2.
And is that the 8.2.2 that's available to the public, or are there any changes made by you or anybody else in DWR for this analysis?
I'm not aware of any changes that were made by DWR.
What's the date of the most recent bathymetry for Middle River in DSM-2 8.2.2?
I'm not sure about that. I think that was something was covered.
Do you know sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
In the panel 1.
Do you know what the oldest bathymetry in DSM-2 8.2.2 is?
I do not.
If the bathymetry, that's not right. If the channel shape, I don't want to use your bathymetry because that's the readings, but if the Middle River from the head of Middle River to Victoria Canal is significantly shallower now than it was in the data in DSM-2 8.2.2, would that affect your analysis?
In terms of the comparative analysis that we're doing, it does not.
So if the channel is shallower, could that impede flows from any direction into the channel?
Objection calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
Well, it's not a hypothetical. It's a question about conditions, and so I don't think it's incomplete.
Fine. Assumes facts not in evidence.
It was an if. It doesn't say it's true.
Let's just run the question by me again, please, Mr. Herrick.
My question was to Mr. Singh. If the channel of Middle River that we described is now shallower, does that affect flows coming in from either direction?
All right, go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Depending on the location, there could be changes.
And if with the project and without project show some level of change when the channel is, and this is the hypothetical part, let's just say 6 feet deep in any particular place, would the comparative analysis be different if that channel was now 1 foot deep?
So for especially looking at the South Delta locations, in terms of how we are operating the project, there's a South Delta priority, and there's times when we're shifting from south to north. So if there's any changes in export during summer months, in general, that should help with water levels. So the way the project is being operated, the results that we see are consistent with those operations in terms of changes in South Delta.
Okay, why did you say in summer months?
Because I was tying it back to the proposed DCP operations. So as I discussed in my testimony earlier, the proposed operations have a South Delta priority. So the South Delta will be operated similar to what we do today. Majority of the diversions at the proposed intakes are happening during winter months, where the flows are high and there's excess flows that are available. But in summer times, during balanced conditions, the project does provide carriage water benefit. So there could be some shifting from south to north, and that's what the project operations are, proposed operations are.
Well, that's a number of things. Firstly, I was asking you whether the modeling would be different, and you described how you think operations will preclude the effects in that area. My question to you is, if the Middle River is, what did I say, 6 feet under your existing conditions modeling, but it's actually only 1 foot deep, would that affect the results of your modeling?
Again, when we're using these models in a comparative mode, both baseline and the project have the same cross sections. So we are focusing in terms of relative change with the baseline. So even if the cross section is different, that would be the case in both baseline and the project.
Yes, but if the cross section is, let me back up. If hypothetically the change in siltation decreases the volume of water by 90%, then changes in exports, including the North Delta export, might deplete the water in that channel faster than if the channel was deeper, wouldn't it?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
It's not facts, not evidence. It's a hypothetical.
Incomplete hypothetical.
What
I have an objection to every comment.
Ms. Morris, what additional facts or hypothetical facts you think are necessary here?
Unclear the time, how wide the channel is. He's only talking about depth. And there's a number of factors. This is complex, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to opine on all of those, but I do know that it's an incomplete hypothetical and that, basically Mr. Herrick's attempting to testify.
No, I'm not. I said volume of the channel would be less, which is correct, isn't it, Mr. Singh? If the channel is silted in 4 or 5 feet, then the volume of water there is less than it was before, correct?
It's in relevance as to volume versus water level.
Overruled. We'll start with volume.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Mr. Singh, if Middle River, from the head of Middle River down to Victoria Canal, is silted in 5 feet, that means the channel would have less water volume than it would if the channel hadn't silted in. Is that correct? At any time?
You're talking about volume in the channel, yes.
Thank you. Now, a potential impact from the Delta Conveyance project is a lowering of water levels in some areas of the Delta, correct?
My testimony looked at locations in the Delta with and without project and showed what the differences were.
I didn't ask you what your testimony said. I said the operation of the Delta Conveyance facility has a potential of lowering stage or water levels in some parts of the South Delta. Is that correct? I'm looking for your expert opinion.
Objection misstates testimony.
I just said he wasn't testifying to that.
Overruled.
So I think you answer to your question is in my testimony. I looked at minimum stage at different locations in the Delta with and without project. And the maximum change we saw was near the intakes during high flow periods. And during dry periods, there was no changes. And as you move away from the intakes, those changes are minimal or no changes.
Mr. Singh, does the Delta Conveyance project have the potential to lower stage in areas of the Delta? I understand what you analyzed, but I'm asking that question.
Could you be more specific what you're saying, which area or what areas and what time?
No. Does the operation of the Delta Conveyance facility by pulling water into the North Delta intakes have the potential to lower stage anywhere in the Delta? Not everywhere, but anywhere.
Objection, argumentative, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes, we do see a change of half a foot in minimum stage near the intakes during high flow periods.
Now, when the water level is lowered in one spot, that means it has the potential of drawing water in from other areas, correct? In other words, water seeks its own height. An intake lowers the water level where the intake is slightly, and so water moves towards that spot. Is that correct?
Objection, vaguest spot and which areas?
Overruled.
I shouldn't.
Are you referring to like a head differential between two locations? I'm not sure if I understand your hypothetical.
If you turn on a pump and it has an intake that draws water from a channel, doesn't that lower the stage at the point of the intake? I'm confused at the confusion here. Is that not correct, Mr. Singh?
So the minimum stage, right?
No. I'm asking you, is it correct that if you turn on a pump intake, it will lower the water level from which it's drawing water at the point of the intake?
Yes, I mean, I think that's what the results are showing, that there will be change downstream of the intakes.
Okay, and then getting back to the question that was objected to, when you lower the water level at that point, then that means water from other directions or from various directions will flow towards that lower spot, absent other factors, correct?
I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's a tidally influenced location that we're talking about. So I'm not sure what you mean by water from other areas coming. Are you asking?
Well, when you turn the intake on, a pump on, it doesn't suck water till there's a vertical hole of water, right? Water keeps flowing back into that spot to fill to be pumped by the pump, right? I mean, that's how it works, right?
I'm not sure if I understand. So there is a change right in downstream of the intakes, and as you move away from the intakes, there will be some effect. And what I showed in my results, from intake to downstream of Georgiana Blue, you do see changes. You had a half a foot minimum stage difference right downstream of the intake, and as you move away, that is diminishing. At Georgiana Blue, it was 0.3 feet, and as you go towards Rio Vista, there is no change.
Well, I'll give up. I'll give up. You don't have to answer anymore, Mr. Singh. I'll give up. Hearing Officer Kinsey, this is probably a good time to split, if you don't mind. I apologize. I have probably another half hour. I'll make sure I hold to that whenever our next day is. I think it's next Tuesday.
Yes, I believe so. Thank you, Mr. Herrick. And we just have 4 minutes. I want to thank the witnesses today. I know it's been a long day and we will continue to have some long days. I believe the plan is to, as Mr. Herrick indicated, break now, reconvene on the 22nd, Tuesday, the 22nd at 9 o'clock, where Mr. Herrick will pick up again. Ms. Carroll, I did want to let you know, I'll follow up in writing and of course CC the service list with respect to more information about the data that the hearing team is interested in, and we'll try to work through that. Is there anything else before we adjourn for the day that we should address?
No, that's just greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. See you on Tuesday.
Thank you all.